Alright, hello everyone. Hello Sam, Danny, Kerr, Andrew. Wait, really? That's kind of a smaller crowd today. Something else going on that I don't know about? Or is YouTube just shortchanging my notifications again? It's okay though. We're gonna be building a pod racer. So I guess, let's see, what mods do I want? Buttons and switches. Sci-fi for sure. Thin pipes? I don't know. I haven't actually tried the detail mod, so I'm not sure if I'm even gonna need any of that. Plates, square bars. Maybe mod pack beta. Polygons for sure. Where's ye old mod pack? Maybe wings, I don't know. Modular engine parts. Ooh, that might be good. Challenge parts? No idea. What's in the challenge parts? Hello, Bougie. Bougie channel. Or Chanel. Hello, Wicked Nick. Bloxy Gamer, Red Crafter, how's it going? Obviously the mod pack. What's that mod that has... Oh, here we go. It's this one. Thrust mod. I think that, yeah, has like some really big rocket engines in it. So I'm definitely going to be using some of that. I could just cheat and use the invisible mod pack to make like a floating thing. But no, I actually want this to be like a real pod racer. I'm not sure if the legend mod has like the I kind of refrain from using the legend mod because like it has a lot of redundant parts. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I just mean like it's like another mod pack. So if I load in the mod pack and the legend mod, then I have kind of the same parts. Except the legend mod is like all the mod packs in one. It does have like some other stuff too, but I haven't used it enough to really know what's in it. Alright, well, let's just start with this and we'll see where it goes. Hello, Billy T. Bougie, Durf, when you add the conveyor belt? That's a good question. Good question. I think the mod pack team's just sort of taken some time off. We'll see. We're supposed to be working on the, mod pack beta. To be honest, there's a lot of work for me to do too that I'm working on the script for a video for the Scrap Mechanic Mods channel. I'm going to be doing a video on the full feature list of the exometer and orient block. Like the other sort of tutorial videos where I introduced the number logic and math block. And the, I think the radar parts was the last one that I did. I also did a video on the wireless logic. So those are just like for reference so that people can always just go back to watch them. Hello, Goop to Boop Whoop. Good to see you. Anyway, so I'm working on a Scrap Mechanic Mods video. Those usually have a little bit more production put into them than this channel's videos. Hey, little kitty crafter, how am I doing? I'm doing all right. Doing all right. I feel a little bit weird, and it might have something to do with me drinking like a liter of coffee before I start. Yeah, I don't know. It's not the same as like another caffeinated drink. It's got other stuff in it too. Hello, Andy. Durf, what will be your next mod update or new mod? Okay, so we have work to do for the mod pack beta. We still have more updates for the mod pack. But the mod pack is like, I don't know, it's starting to enter its final stages. So we still have a few more updates to do for the mod pack. Maybe like 1 or 2 new parts, but most of it is just like quality control stuff from now on. And that means we're probably going to have to move some old parts out of it too. Like I was thinking, let's take a look actually. Where is it? Okay, so all this gear stuff, for example, these are all, they're not really like super useful for survival mode, because like you don't need to build gears and gear ratios when you have electric engines and controllers and stuff. So this is probably going to be moved to Modpack Beta. However, we do have more of these like modular windshield parts, and I'm not sure if those are going to be in Modpack or if they're all going to move to like a new modular windshield mod pack. That would be like a new pack of just modular windshields. So like the mod pack itself might end up being smaller than it is now. There have been people asking for like a different wheel sizes as well. Like I don't think we have a 9x2. We have 9x3, but not 9x2. I don't know, just stuff like that. These rims and stuff, like, they were, you know, they were cool back in the day, but I don't know about them anymore. The train wheel stuff, I don't know about those anymore, because like there's other mods in the workshop that focus specifically on trains. So, and you know, these look very plain. So I'm not sure about them. But yeah, aside from the Modpack Beta updates, which we still have a lot of new parts to add, and aside from the quality control stuff for the Modpack, the Modpack Polygons is going to be getting some big updates as well. There might be a brand new experimental Modpack Polygons that sort of like messes around with scalable polygons. I'm not sure if that's... Like, I don't know if that's going to be a good idea or not, so that's why I say it's experimental. Anyway, let's actually get to today's stream. I get distracted way too much sometimes. So, we're revisiting an old build. This is entirely vanilla. This is the first pod racer that I built. Well, I actually had prototypes of this. So, but this is the first, like, well-designed pod racer that I made. So you can turn on the engines and it spins the thing in the front. Makes it look like an energy beam. And yeah, today I'm going to be trying to build something like this. But out of mod parts. So I'm thinking about using, like, you know the things in the front? I used wedge pieces for those. And they're kind of like, I don't know, there's no easy way to build, how do I explain it? Symmetrical groups of 3, I guess. Like there's a top, bottom left, and bottom right of these yellow things. So I'm not sure how, like on a grid of squares, it's not really possible to do. So the best I've gotten was making the top out of 2 wedge pieces, and then the bottom left and bottom right out of another 2 wedge pieces. And I don't know, it looks alright like this, but for the modded one I might actually put them on bearings and stuff so that they're actually triangular and they look the same. And I'm also thinking about so like these don't move, right? Everything is just steer. The way that this thing steers is with the suspension glitch right here underneath. But I'm actually, for the modded one, I'm thinking of using actual, like, wing parts. We're going to be using some anti-gravity stuff to make sure it's floating instead of these thrusters. We are going to be using thrusters for thrust. And then we're going to be using wing parts for the rest of the controls. So, normally, these yellow things... Let's actually get some stuff out. Okay, so normally these yellow things here that I'm painting, these are actually, they're going to be wing parts, and I'm going to try and make it so that they open and close depending on if you're pressing WAS or D. So that'll actually be what steers the pod racer, just like in the movies. Durf, why is it so, like, bouncy? Okay, Okay, so the way that it's a hovercraft technology with like this has no mods in it, none whatsoever. So to build hovercraft stuff, you use a thruster and a sensor, and the sensor has a distance of 5. We can actually raise that or lower that to, you know, control the height of the pod racer. But also the direction. These thrusters are pointing sort of like to thrust forward, and this one's pointing to thrust backward, so they sort of all balance out. You know, balance out enough. You can see it's still sort of moving. But anyway, if they didn't have this suspension here, it would be bouncing up and down a whole lot more. Let's see if we can adjust that suspension. And adjust this suspension. Yeah, I think that just made it worse. Why is this like... Why is this side falling all the time? But yeah, if it... so, like, the problem is that the thrusters... Hold on, maybe I can just adjust the thruster. Yeah, now it's too weak. Now it is definitely too weak. So this is a problem with building hovercrafts in vanilla scrap mechanic. You don't really have a whole lot of control because the increments between thruster powers or thruster values, they're just like so big. And then you have to... anyway, that's what the suspensions are there for. If this is here, let's just crank up the suspensions. You'll see what the problem is. Alright, so now this is like as if the suspensions didn't exist. And the thrusters are powerful enough to move the sensor out of range, but then they're not powerful enough to actually stop the momentum of the pod racer coming back down. So that's why it bounces up and down like that. And that's what the suspensions fix by having a little bit of give to the thrust. What was it? It was 3. Yeah, stop pushing me. Yeah. So there's no real way to get rid of the bill or the bounce, at least not in vanilla scrap mechanic. Let's delete this. We're gonna build another one, and we're just going to turn off the sensors. And this is gonna be our reference build. Alright. So let's start with the cockpit. I guess, we're going to be doing it out of a lot of polygons. So let's just start with some medium weight block polygons. What seat am I going to use? Look at these thruster parts. This is going to look awesome. Timed thruster. I like vanilla better. Hello, Andrew Cooler. I'm doing all right. Yeah, the vanilla pod race is on the workshop if you want to play around with it. Oh. Hold up. Okay, there we go. Yeah. I think that's the seat we're going to be using. I don't know. The pod racer seat in the movies was a little bit more upright. But there's no sci-fi seat that's as upright as that is. I could just use a block seat and then build the rest, or one of these seats, and then just build the rest out of polygons and like throttles and stuff. Let's see how it would look. Okay, so say we're doing maybe out of this one. Maybe. Depends. You know, I'm not gonna spend too much. Not gonna spend too much on the seat itself. Let's just go with this pre-built seat for us. MJM's gimbals are lovely. They do look really nice, although there was some confusion when we were working on gimbals. It was actually Lord Payne that made the models, I think. I don't know. But this model for gimbal, it didn't look exactly like this at the time, but this was supposed to be the 1x1 model for the mod pack, and it just ended up being another 3x3. Like, they're both the same size. Wait, why is it sideways? Oh, he didn't fix the animations for them, that's why. Yeah, that's a bit of a problem. But anyway, this was supposed to be a 1x1 gimbal thruster model in the mod pack. And the mod pack polygons is also going to get a sort of block gimbal, which just looks like a... Where's the block thruster for the polygons? Here it is. It's going to look like this, except it's going to be like a ball in the center that just sort of rotates around instead of having that whatever thruster. Anyway, let's get started with this seat. Okay, so this is 3 wide. Yeah, and then the whole pod itself is just like... Alright. I might be able to fit some logic behind the seat. I think that's where I'm going to put the... We're going to be doing, like, anti-gravity stuff, so we're going to use this. Now, I also want to... What was that thing that I built? Hold on. I built a thing a while ago. I don't know if it was this. But I built a thing a while ago. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Alright, well that clearly wasn't it. Well, that'll just be around in the world. No, I built a thing that was like... Oh, I think it was this, actually. Ah, shoot, what mods did I use? But this car... Oh, it's the challenge parts that I didn't load in. But yeah, this thing uses one of those anti-gravity modules with some height. I wanted to take a look at that to see how did I do that, because the strength of the anti-gravity stuff is... Well, if it's too strong, then it ends up like oscillating, bouncing quite crazily. Durf, have you seen that a Varium has built one too now? What? What? What did he build? Hello, SQ-Banny? Squabanny? Durf, I made a really cool challenge, but I don't have that much download. Can you help me? Nope. I cannot. Is that Durf's old pod racer? Yeah. Yeah, we're rebuilding it today. With mod parts. Look at this. Can you believe I actually managed to build something like this with vanilla? Ridiculous. I'm actually quite surprised at how the engines turned out. Quite pleased with that. And I build like a even width engine too. What kind of garbage is that? Anyway, let's start with the seat. I want to build something that hovers at I don't know, let's say, oh my god. Okay. I want to build something that hovers at around, I guess, 5 blocks, so I'm going to need some number logic. Maybe memory panel. So yeah, basically what I'm doing is I'm making the creation have 0 gravity, but if it's below the height value that I set, oh, which means I need an exometer. So if it's below the height value that I set, then it'll be anti-gravity, so it'll go back up. And if it's above the height value that I set, then I actually want it to have a little bit of gravity. Not too strong, but just so that it goes back down. And so it'll be hovering without the use of thrusters. And I think that's really all I need. Yes. Okay. Okay. So, here's what I'm gonna do. Oops, that's not even connected to anything. Alright, I'm gonna set a value of, let's start with just 10. So let's paint this red, click it once, there we go, we've got a value of 10. Let's set this to altitude. So this meter, boop, boop, minus. Alright, so altitude minus the set value. So right now we're below 10. So something minus 10 is going to be a positive number. That should work, right? Or is it a negative number that... Let's just feed it directly into the anti-gravity thing and see what it does. I also need a switch. We'll just use a block switch for now. It's not important. There we go. Switch into that thing. Alright. Okay, so it does work the way that I want it to. It's just way too powerful. And that's what the other counter block is there for. We're going to be multiplying that, or I guess dividing it by another number. We could actually... Instead of feeding this directly into there, we could just put a math block here. Go to division. And then just do the actual output divided by, again, 10. So this is going to be 1/10 of the strength that it was before. And hopefully that's enough. It does hover quite nicely, but I think it's a little bit too slow going up. Going down is fine, but I want it to be a little bit stronger going up. Or I could also just use the PID function in the mod pack. Or the math block, I mean. I just don't want to use too much number logic, you know? Let's try... Okay, so divided by 5. Let's see how that does. Yeah, it's way too bouncy. And the pod racer is eventually going to have wing parts on it too. That might help with the momentum. There might be another way that I can do this. But it might also be very dangerous to do that. So like instead of having just a simple subtraction, I could change this to division maybe. Now this is probably going to be a little bit dangerous to do. Because then it's going to be like it's not going to be like exponential increase. Well, it's going to seem that way anyway because it's a division instead of subtraction. Wait, what? Did I connect it? Oh, it's all positive values. I'm actually bad at this game. Well, I completely lost track of what I was doing. You could hide some logic in the engines if you really had to. Yeah, no, but we still got plenty of space in the back of this design. I just want to put, like, we only need one of these anyway. But I also want to have lots of room for the logic in the engines. So I loaded in the thrust mod. Like, look at all these crazy parts. So I'm pretty sure the engine's just going to be mostly those parts that take up a lot of space. So there's not going to be the ability to hide logic inside those. But I also want wing parts and like smart engines and stuff to control these flaps a little bit better. I'm going to try to build it as like a realistic pod racer as I can. Anyway, we'll just go back with the back with what I had before that was working. Yeah. It's not the best, but it works. Works for now anyway. Okay. Let's put this on a lift. Remove the switch. It just doesn't turn on without a switch. Good. Now, does it turn on with a seat? Oh. I guess a switch. Switch is fine. That looks really silly. Not sure if I like that switch there. I don't know, maybe I'll just hide the polygon switch somewhere. I'll just leave that for now. Let's work on the actual look of the pod. I think this is all right. I don't know. It'd be nice if I could build these, like, upward flaps without having to put them on bearings. There's a big difference, though, between, like, this is an even-wide pod. How did I build this even-wide engines, even-wide pod? Even width, I mean. Durf, if you want the seat to be more upright, you can put it on a bearing connected to a controller. I could. Couldn't I? That's alright. I don't know, we'll see. Let's get out some polygons. Some wedge pieces. Maybe some curve pieces. I think I need like a reference image. Give me a sec. Well, nah. I have my old build as a reference. I'll just use that. Okay. Maybe odd width wasn't such a bad idea, because I can do... that for the underside. The back, I think... Whoops. No, it doesn't go up on the sides like that. But it does go up in the back. What? That thing is gonna just knock me out when I least expect it. Okay. Can I catch it? No, never mind. It's gone. It heard me. I'm threatening its existence by wanting to delete it, and then it just runs away. I'll get you one day. Alright, and then it just has like a little point at the end. Maybe we can just do that. Like this. Take a little bit of artistic liberties here. Yeah, it's not looking too bad. Durf, what exactly is your plan to connect the pod kind of thrusters to the cab? So this, on the old build that I did, it's all with pipes and bearings, each with like small angular changes just to, you know, I tried to make this with loose bearings and it just does not work. That's, you know, that's actually originally why the pod engines are pointing forward, and this one's pointing back. Let's find this controller. It's right here on the top. Oh, that's a problem. I can't delete it without ruining everything. Wait, am I sure that's... No. No. It's the controller in here. Okay, well, I also can't delete it without it being a problem. Alright. We'll delete it. There you go. Now it's a very loose pod racer, and it's killing my frames already. And And let's just attach some blocks in its place. Okay. Well, that was silly. Oh. Turning it on is not going to do anything, because this was 8. And these were 3 or 5. So yeah, building them... having the chain loose, it just doesn't really work. It's almost floating. But then the problem, like, I need to put the thrust in, like, the center of this thing, so... this thing actually floats upwards, like it's balanced. Right now, this is so imbalanced that only the back is being lifted up. And this might work if there was more weight in the front, too. Let's actually try just adding weight to this, see what happens. Give me that ultra heavy. This is definitely not going to work, though, because the thrusters are just not that powerful. Okay. Okay, almost. Oh, no, it's failing already. Let's try... oh, that's already on max. Uh-oh. Okay, the engines could be stronger. And I just need you to not run away from me. It's almost there. But yeah, having loose chains, to answer your question, I currently don't know. No, but having loose chains would be the best, but it probably isn't going to work. It's actually pretty close. I'm kind of surprised at how well this is working with loose chains. It shouldn't be doing this. But yeah, the thrusters are not strong enough for the amount of weight I put on it. Anyway, let's just never do this again. Okay, back to this actual, the actual build that I'm here for. Let's get rid of these, the stuff on the side. Oh no, I actually want something on the side. I could also move the altitude, the altimeter? What is it called? I don't know. Let's move it over here. Okay. Altitude meter to the subtraction block. Just make sure that that actually still works. Yep. Okay, cool. And then I could just, I guess, stick a block there. Maybe I'll also move that subtraction block too. Right here. Okay. So that should work just fine. See, can I do something else with this? Like maybe this. I'm overthinking this like way too much. I don't know, I think it looked better before, to be honest. Let's try putting those corners up here. Yeah, I think that's what I want. And then we'll need that inside corner. This one. 43. Okay, I think that's what I want. Yeah, now the back. I think it goes out a little bit more. Out a little bit more like this. Go straight. Whoops. How'd I do that for both sides? Okay. And then somewhere, like in the middle of the seat, that's where the flaps actually go up. And the flaps go up, like past the seat. So there's like two-thirds of the flap are gonna be, it's gonna be something like this for flap size. Okay, let's see if I can build those flaps with just polygons. That'd be ideal. Durf, why you paint some of the blocks? What? Oh, like the logic blocks? So, if you see the math block, I have some videos of this on my second channel if you're curious on how the math stuff works. YouTube.com/ScrapMechanicMods. That's where all the mod packs are being published for people that don't have Scrap Mechanic on Steam. And they also have tutorial videos and stuff like that too, all having to do with mods. This channel's more of just gaming. But anyway, I'll just quickly explain it for you guys. So you'll see some of the math block has like a white dot and a black dot. That, you know, it only depends on what you're doing. Because like multiplication, it doesn't matter what order you multiply in. You can do, 2 times 3 times 4. It's all going to be the same result if you do 3, 4, 2, or 4, 2, 3. Like, it's all the same. But if you're doing subtraction, 2 minus 3 is -1, 3 minus 2 is 1. The result is different, so the order that you subtract in matters, and that's why I painted some of the blocks white and some of them black, because, the order matters. Especially since I'm feeding it into an anti-gravity thing, I want it to give positive and negative gravity. So division, the colors matter. This is modulus or division remainder, the colors matter. Exponents, you want one number to the power of another number, the colors matter. Just stuff like that. Yeah, the colors will let you know how to color it. Usually, or like, you know, less than or greater than, usually you only need to color one of them. So like, as long as you have one that's painted white, white is greater than or less than any color. But I just like to do, you know, both colors just to make sure I'm doing things correctly. All right. So how much space? It's like right up against the seat, eh? Okay. Then we'll just do that right up against the seat. Is the flap... That's angled a little bit too much for my taste. Let's see if the 1x2 looks better. And it also goes flush with the bottom, too. That's actually pretty nice. I mean, it's not actually what I want. It looks alright. I'm not sure about that. That's also going to come out further here. That might be a little bit too wide for my taste. Having it like that on both sides. Why don't you just rotate the way I want you? Oh, I had it. Wait, what? There it is. Yeah, and then there's also the problem that they actually have curves. Like, it actually goes in sort of like half circles. Which I'll probably just end up building out of polygons because I'm lazy. So then how do I do that? It would be with, like, these parts. Yeah, how do I actually do that? I'm actually confused. I'm trying to build these, like, angled flaps things, mounds, lumps. I don't know what to call them, but I'm trying to build them without needing bearings, because I'm trying to be a cheaty boy. Let's try on this side. Something else. We'll do with just plain old wedges. Okay. I don't think I have a wedge piece for what I want to do. I might need to update the mod pack polygons just to be able to build what I want. Unless I just specifically not include those. People have been asking me too to update the polygons. So something like this. But then there's also, I guess... Oh wait, you know what? I'm just using the wrong one. Where is it? I need the 40, 41. There it is. Now this is the wedge piece that I'm actually missing. And this is something that was requested of me quite recently too, where it goes from 2 points on the top to 2 points on the bottom. So this would be like a wedge 22. There's a 31, there's a 41, 43. There's no wedge 22. Huh. Give up, Durf. Wow. Wow, Sam. You're so supportive. But anyway, I think this side is looking better so far. Let's get rid of all this. Okay. Let's see, how does this seat look? I might actually need to make it taller as well. I mean, by taller, I mean like, I'll just build it and show you. Like this around the seat. And then I just put the flaps on a bearing right here. Bearing, bearing. Yes. I heard the thing. Where was it? It's gonna come and attack me when I least expect it. Can you answer some questions, Durf? Yeah? I am able to answer questions. Alright, but the flap thing, I think would be much easier if I just built like this. That's as far as it goes out. And then from here, I stick wedges on it. There. Might need one more. Something like that. Maybe. Then I just angle that upwards with obviously a controller. Let's just stick a controller on there for now. Doesn't matter where I stick it. Your chat is hella delayed. I just look at it, differently. Oh, hey, Moonbow, how's it going? New mod parts. I just loaded into this with, like, way too many mods. Because I'm trying to build this old pod racer build, completely vanilla, with mods. And so far, all I have is the anti-gravity logic working. Well, by working, I mean... I'm not sure what I mean. Come on, YouTube, why are you stopping my playlist? Okay, let's have you not run off on me. Thank you very much. I'm looking for this modular wing part. Like, what? I didn't make this mod, so I don't know. I don't even know if the part exists. I'm not sure that it does. I'm gonna have to complain at Das Etwas, person that made the Wings mod. We'll just forget about that for now. Maybe it won't even matter. I will just focus on building the rest of my pod racer flaps. Okay, that kind of looks weird, but it's working. It's working! It's working! Oh, I'll catch you one of these days. I wonder how many worlds I have that just have a rogue flying creation. Why does this happen? Laughing Gesture, thank you for the $2. Super chat. Your chat is way too delayed. Is it? Oh, you know what? My stream is actually having problems. Oh my god. Okay. So, thanks for all the Fs in the chat. Yeah, I think my connection to the YouTube streaming server is having a little bit of issues. Okay, so just for reference, I just typed in the chat saying connection to YouTube server is having issues. Refresh if it goes down. So yes, the chat, the stream is probably delayed a lot. But these things happen. Unfortunately to me, all the time. Come on, dude. What are these little... Is that the little nub? Wait. Maybe this is the part that I've been looking for this whole time. Hey! Hey! Except I don't want that. That's actually looking pretty cool. Except it's also going to be a pain in the butt to paint. Durfo, please stream a Factory game. I have Satisfactory. I'll be doing some of that. Maybe I'll stream some Satisfactory tomorrow. See, I could do Nub. Little Nub. Durf, have you thought about it having to use a good center of mass since you aren't using thrusters? I think most of the stabilization is just going to be done with... well, obviously with wing pieces, but because, like, if you're moving forward, the thing's probably going to be stabilizing itself anyway. Anyway, let's just get this out of the way as soon as possible. I've been at this for an hour and I accomplished nothing. I've been on this flap thing way too long. Just way too long. Let's see if the little nub is the solution I'm looking for. Like, sort of? Yes and no? Oh. Okay, that's... I think that's the closest thing to the solution that I found. Alright, now what did I actually build? I have to mirror it on the other side. It was... this one. Okay. And then a straight wing piece. And then another curved corner. Like that. And then the angled piece. Like that. Cool. Alright, now I'm gonna have the problem of not being able to angle these upwards because the... I'm gonna have to rebuild it. Or just, like, cut them off and weld them again. Ooh, that's a bit high of an angle. Yeah, the only thing that I don't really like about it is that it's too thin. I kind of wish these parts were like a block thick. But you know what? I'm not having as much problems as I thought I would. Alright, let's finish up the front, which is just a little bit of a... Might have to move this stuff. There we go. What did I set it to? It was 35, right? Durf, use the round collision blocks. I mean, I could, but I don't think I need to. Seems to work anyway. Okay. Back to the polygons. I don't know if Moonbow's still watching, but if he is... Oh, I'll be back to streaming this week. Okay, cool. So, I don't know if you're still in chat, Moonbow. You're probably, like, my favorite polygon builder. I saw your video earlier today, too. Like, the stuff that you make with the polygons, I'm super jealous of. He's like he's an artist with the stuff that he builds with polygons. See, now I'm kind of regretting that it's odd width. Shoot. How much farther is it from the seat anyway? 3 blocks? Let's use some longer polygons, I think. Yeah, no, those wings are supposed to be, like, flush. So I might just need to cover this in blocks like this. Maybe. See, this is kind of where I regret not loading in, like, the half block stuff. Well, I think it's called X's detail mod. Just like an excessive extension to the mod pack polygons, where it has like a bunch of wedges for this half block. But if I put these, there we go. I don't know, that kind of looks weird now. And I don't have the piece for that. But it'll be fine if I do this. And then I just worry about the front and the bottom. Well, come on, guys. This is Durf streamed on mine. Oh, I don't mind. Like, you guys can chat with Moonbow. Just don't, don't bother the guy. Let's be honest, I don't have to do as much commentary if you're focused on him. Any chance I get to be lazy, I will take. Nah, I'm joking. But, like, yeah, I don't mind if you guys are chatting with Moombo. Just make sure you're not bugging him too much. I don't think I have polygons for this either. Shoot. Let's do this instead. We'll go with a little bit of a wider bottom. Okay. Okay. Then I think I'll just let's see, what am I gonna do here? Chance for me to use a longer polygon. Bam. And I think where the lift is, there we go. I still have room for, like, cramming some logic in here, but I think we'll take this opportunity to sort of widen out this stuff here. Just so it all matches up. Yeah, something like that. It's a very shallow pod. This one came out like a lot taller. I think let's fill out that bottom a little bit more. Where's the, this one? Yes. Okay. That's looking a little bit more like a pod to me. Hopefully it's still balanced. I might have to make that a little bit stronger. I think the bigger that I built it, the more, like, momentum it has. So let's cut this off. And where do I attach the ropes? I attached them here, like, near the back. Uh-oh. I mean, I could still do that, but I think I'm gonna attach them here instead. Let's just use mini pipes for that. For now, anyway. Because back when I built that first pod racer, mini pipes didn't exist. Not even in the mod pack. So let's just, stick a bunch. This is gonna look kind of silly. We'll just stick a bunch of these for now. And you know what? I think I'm just gonna leave this here. Let's get started on an engine. I took way too long on that pod. Alright. Engine parts. Let's go. Don't need this, this. Don't need any of this stuff. Alright, this is the first time I'm using the thrust mod, so I don't actually know how most of these parts work. These do seem to be actual thrusters. So we'll see which ones... We'll see which ones actually fit the pod racer look that I'm going for. Merlin rocket engine. Oh, that looks really cool. Although I think I'm going to want to use... The mod pack has like a WASD thruster. Here it is. So you can actually control the direction of this thruster with your seat. Let me show you how that works actually really quick. I need a seat. There we go. It's not right side up. There we go. Screens on top. WASD mode. There. So you can actually control the direction of the thrust with this. So I'm actually thinking of using one of these, or like one of these per engine, so that when you're thrusting, like let's say you turn to the left, you're thrusting to the back left, but the wing parts on the actual pod racer thing, it like provides resistance in the front of it, right? So the resistance in the front plus the thrust direction in the back will actually make the pod racer turn left. Turn right, turn left. The alternative is if you have like two of these, as an example. Like you can also do this for jet planes too. But if you have two of these, there we go. So one in the front, one in the back. You can set this to WS inverted. No, we want... Oh, you don't actually... Okay. You just flip it upside down. Done. There we go. So now with this setup, you can actually do... Like if you turn left and right, they'll actually work together to rotate the vehicle while still thrusting forward. And it works like this too. So I'm not entirely decided on how I'm going to build the design for the thrust. Let's just take a look at some of these thrust parts and see. I think this is actually much bigger than I expected it to be. Oh, okay, no, it's not that big. It is backwards, though. Ooh. It's not bad. There we go. This mod's rotation needs a little bit of work. Takes, like, way too long to get a valid rotation. Is that the front or the back? I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure these are back parts. This is definitely a back part. I don't actually know. Like, I think I need more reference images. Durf, how can you make a stabilizer using the mod pack blocks? A stabilizer? You mean like a rotational stabilizer, right? Like the Whoops. Whoops. I forgot how to type. You mean like this thing, right? The thing that's in here that has like suspensions glitched out so that it doesn't actually tip over even though it's flying up. You're talking about that kind of stabilizer, right? What you're looking for is something like this, but like for rotation. I made a thing a while ago. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, maybe if I type flyer. 0G reaction flyer. So this uses nothing but reaction wheels. Come on. No, no, don't you start. Did I just let loose another monstrosity into my world? Okay, let's start with turning this on first. Raise it up a little bit. Then remove it from my lift. Alright, so this is using nothing but reaction wheels, weighted wheels, to point to the, you know, where you want to point to. You just press W to fly in the direction you're pointing in. So this is something, like, the idea of a stabilizer shouldn't exist. It doesn't actually exist, and the stabilizer glitch is a glitch. But this is more of like an engineering solution. This is something you actually see in satellites in orbit, where they use weighted wheels to orient your satellite, like so you can point in the direction you want to go. So I actually suggest doing something like this. It really depends on what you're trying to build, though. Like, if you wanted to build a camera-controlled vehicle that orients itself, this is exactly what you're looking for. But you could also use... that actually uses... Uh-oh. That actually uses... Can I actually not reach it? I actually can't reach it. So yeah, you can use the orientation block in world mode to orient yourself to the world. And just use a little bit of math and logic to help you achieve that. It's going higher. Why are you going higher? Stop that. You know what? I might just have to shoot you down. I might just have to shoot you down. Come on! Just trying to hit that switch on the side. But it keeps... like, it's going higher and higher. It's not supposed to. Alright, alright. It's my fault for being right underneath it. How am I this distracted all the time when I'm streaming? Got it. Okay, now time to catch it before it runs away and ruins all of my stuff. Okay, get out of here. Gone. Deleted. Okay, back to what I'm actually supposed to be doing. Thruster design. Oh, look at that. We can actually build... not backwards. We can actually build a custom jet engine. Wait, what's the... Oh, one of them's longer. Okay. Yeah, just a regular thruster. Oh, this one's huge. Oh my god. It's a really cool model, though. But that's clearly meant for rockets, not meant for pod racers. Alright. What's the size of these? They are 3 wide. So I might have to make my pods 5 blocks wide. If I actually want to cover this stuff. Like that. I'm not sure about that. And these are also 3 wide, but they have covers on them. Decisions. Alright, I think this one actually looks more like a pod racer, I think. but this one gives me more customization options too. Well, I've narrowed down my choice to is this even the same one? No, I got the wrong one. Okay, so I narrowed down my choice for the front of the engine to like these three. But now, like, so the big feature, I guess, Durf PC specs. It's not that impressive of a PC. I invested a lot into like a decent motherboard so that it can actually make use of the parts that I put into it. Just a SSD hard drive. I actually have a couple of them in there. So recently I had some computer issues, and I didn't actually know what it was. So I bought like a bunch of replacement parts because like it could have been my power supply, my RAM, or my SSD causing my computer to crash. So I bought all three as replacement parts. Turns out it was my power supply. So now I have just an extra SSD and 32 gigs of RAM now. One of my RAM sticks has like a bad sector on it, so every now and then my computer just decides to give up and restart, which happened yesterday when I was trying to load in that, I'm afraid to show you what it is on my lift, but you just have to see yesterday's stream when I published the footage. Anyway, let's actually get to this build so that I've taken way too long getting distracted. Point is, though, I have Intel i7 4790K, the famous CPU of like 4 years ago. Now 32 gigabytes of RAM, but it used to be just 16. And GTX 960, the exact model of GPU that's just before VR support. It's a shame, really, because there are some really cool VR games. Anyway, my plans for the jet engine is to have a jet engine in the front, just like a pod racer does, and then these flaps are going to be out of wing parts, and they're going to use some math logic to actually open and close to help with the, with the steering a little bit. So let's put this down. Actually, let's put Alright, let's put this down. And let's see if I can use... Where's the mod pack wing part? I think that's what I'm going to use, because it looks flatter. So we're going to have one... Oops. Not that... My computer's having some hiccups every now and then. I hope it's not about to die. We're basically going to have the top thing like this. I don't know if that's actually too thin. Might be too thin. Not sure if that's the look I want to go with, but the great thing about these wing parts is I can angle them without having to put them on another bearing. So that means less lag for me. Let's show you how that works. Just feed in some number logic, and we'll paint this red. There we go, and we'll just do, they can also connect to each other. Just to make things a little bit easier. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. I actually need 4, 5, 6. Ooh, too much. So that's 40 degrees on that side. And this side, I just need to put them upside down. This way. Okay, so something like that. Although I'm not sure if I actually like this position. Like, the bottom ones are too far out compared to the top one. What's going on in the chat? Durf1 plus Durf1 equals Durf-fish? What? Anyway. And then I'm going to have these on bearings that I guess tilt them outwards? Yeah, I think I'm going to have to put them on bearings either way. Okay, so then how do I do that? I might actually want to load in with the mod pack invisible. Maybe. Can I attach something to the sides of these? I can't. Shoot. Trying to think. How can I actually fit this? So, what I'm thinking is I could put... let's grab a bearing so I can show you what I mean. Okay, a bearing here. Let's just use a mini pipe. Scroll all the way down. Here we go. And then another bearing on that. And another mini pipe. Like this. Back up. Grab a controller. Okay, so this is going to be 30 degrees, and this is another 30 degrees, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, so that'll be actually even on both corners. Let's just build this out so it doesn't flop around. And then I might build this out of, like, invisible parts. I might also build it with, like, suspensions, too. Invisible suspensions, so that it, like, moves through stuff. Hey, what's this? Let's just show you what I'm talking about first. Okay, so that's a way that I can put, that's a way that I can position these extra flaps, these wing things. Like an equal distance from the thruster thingamadoo. There we go. Now I'm also thinking about putting another bearing on this so that I can actually open and close them relative to this center point. Yeah. Okay, so then how do I make... I think I'm gonna have to use the invisible stuff either way. Not for this stuff, though, but just for, like, having the bearing look nicer, maybe? I don't know. Let's try removing this. We're gonna need 2 spots. Okay, pipe. 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 Bearing. Why can't you attach? Oh. Okay. Well, this is a bit of a problem. This is a very big problem. Okay. Problem solved. Ish. Then we put a bearing, and then another pipe. And then that's where we can weld our wing flap thing. Alright. So that... Oh, it's having a hard time standing up. Just put a bunch of weight back here. Okay, so see, that's how I can open up the flaps to add more resistance in that direction. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do for all 3 of these. Alright, that's not too bad. In fact, I think the mini pipes kind of look cool. But we just need to delete 2 of them. Put that up. Put it back down. Why doesn't it let me put a bearing there? That's so weird. Okay, we weld you in place. Okay, and then one for the top as well. Might be a problem. This might be a terrible design choice. We'll just attach it on the top. I can't attach it to the top. Uh-oh. I can attach to the front of this thruster, but not to the side. That is super weird. Alright, I might end up having to rebuild this, and I might even end up having to take another stream to do this. Because I'm that terrible at building. It takes forever to figure things out. Oh, I almost didn't see this flap because it was right on top of the old other one. All right, Cool. All the flappy flaps move. Okay, I gotta think about how I'm gonna actually make the back of this thing look nicer. Durf, build a 1440p OLED screen in Script Makenic. No way, man. That's not gonna... The Scrap Mechanic's just not capable of that. No way. Okay, that doesn't look bad. Alright, let's cut this all off. We're gonna... Maybe I'll just build it again. Maybe I'll build it out of one of these. I don't know, I think having the exposed engine... It doesn't even look exposed. I don't even know what I'm talking about. I'm pretending that I know what I'm talking about, but I don't. Just cut this off. Cut this off. Okay. First things first. We're taking care of the top. Then we put a bearing on it. And we put a piece, oops, sideways. Then we put a bearing on it. And we weld the final piece here. And I think that... Well, we can put it any direction we want, actually. Because we can angle the bearings however we want. That's not a big deal. I need you to show me your bottom. There we go. Don't quote me on that, by the way. Oh. I'm missing a pipe. Oh, wait. No, I actually need to rebuild this because it's the wrong size. Is that the right size? I have one too many pipes. There we go. Alright. Now, if I can just find a way to, like, hide this stuff. Which I could easily do with some polygons. Hello, 10 Hayes! Maybe some of this stuff. The problem is, I can't use these. I can't use these on the bottom. Right. Forgot about needing to have a controller. Okay, so bearing 1 is going to be -30. Bearing 2 is going to be like positive. What? Positive 60? Okay, let's stiffen up those other bearings just for the time being. They're gonna eventually need some math logic. But there you go. Oh, shoot. I made them... I made them the wrong lengths. Okay, I want... I just want one extra mini pipe here. And here. Okay, I'll pick that up. Put 2 mini pipes in their place, because I deleted one. And then weld those back on. Reconnect them so they're stiff. And we'll just connect all these preemptively. Because, oh wait, I don't actually need to connect them, do I? Yeah, they're not even going to be... They're already angled the angles that they should be. Okay, so I don't need to worry about that. There you go. That's a good-looking front for the front of the engine. Okay. So yeah, I'm like mostly building these pod racers out of memory, so I'm not sure. It's not like colored or anything, right? Like this build, I just sort of made a bunch of gray with like exposed wires and stuff, and I use these, I don't know, just to simulate open metal. Is there more parts to that thrust mod that I'm not seeing? Oh yeah, I also loaded in the Lord Payne's modular engine stuff. Maybe I could use some of that. The problem is I know nothing about engines. Oh, here we go. There's the thrust parts that I was looking for. So jet part 1, 2, 3. Let's just grab them all. We'll check them out and see how we can use them. Jet part 4, 5. Smooth inlet part. Sloped jet part. I don't think I'm gonna need this stuff, but yeah. Alright, so let's see. I can't... Okay, there we go. The rotations on this mod is kind of confusing. It's not bad, though. Just a nice kind of cylinder. That's kind of... You know, I might just have to go with a larger thruster. I mean, this thing's a thruster in itself, but for the back, I might have to go with something larger. Let's take a look at some of these parts. Ooh, very nice. Oh, that actually looks really cool. Okay, no, that's a bit too big. So we'll just get rid of you right now. You are also crazy huge. Yeah, you're too big. Ooh, very nice. Bit too big, though. That might be pretty good for the back. And I can attach stuff on the sides of them, too. Okay, so that's very useful. Dang, dude. It's kind of made this build like a little bit too easy, if you ask me. Like, I just kind of accidentally put these parts together. And it seems to work out. Although I would still like a way to hide that stuff going on the side over there. But I gotta say, that is pretty snazzy. Alright, so I'm thinking, let's use... Where's that 1x1? The one... There we go, this thing. Steering pipe. That, that thing came pretty close. Steering pipe, because we can actually use this... This is actually a suspension, right? So, we're gonna use this because it has no collision. And we're gonna put it right here. And right here. And the top can stay like it is, I think. Yeah. As a matter of fact, we'll just stick a block there instead. Bam. Okay. Weld you. Weld you. Let's paint those before I forget. And we'll weld you to your spot as well. Alright, so now when I remove it from the lift, first things first, let's cover up this stuff. But now when I remove it from the lift, because this has no collision, it'll just fit where it's supposed to. Or have a steering glitch going on, which is perfect, just what I need. Okay, what's... It might be because of the part that I chose, but... Alright, let's remove this curve piece for now. Okay, and we do... 45 and 90. That should give us enough room to actually put... Really? Really? Scrap Mechanic used to be able to let us do that. Let's try this one at a time then. We'll do one of them 90, and the other one... Yeah, there you go. Just get out of the way. So now to add... I might actually have to make... This stream has been going on for about 2 hours now. But I might actually have to make... Wow, I don't know if my stream is actually really delayed. I just checked my control panel and it's like super delayed back there. But anyway, I might... Oh, that looks really cool. Let's see. I could make it a little bit longer. Which wouldn't be super terrible, but... I just need a little bit of room. So like when I press WASD... If I press S... No, wait. Yeah, okay, if I press S, I want all of these things to open. If I press... How am I gonna steer around? That's really the big issue. So I want these to open up so I steer around a little bit better. Oh no, that's actually easy. Okay, alright. So let's see, let's get out of here. Get out of here, you color menu. We'll come back to that a little bit later. Alright, I just want to see how much space I need for this logic. We're gonna need the smart engine. Any old seat, it doesn't really matter. We're gonna need counter block, math block. This is similar to like the tank build. So we have, just put the seat in front. Grab a bearing. Yeah. Okay, so this will just represent the left and right side engines for now. Should probably also build this so that it doesn't fall over. Okay. So we're gonna need a smart engine, math block, one for WS, one for AD. And let's get some number display here so that I can actually show you guys what I'm trying to do. Hello, Julian. I'm currently using a GTX 970 and it's very stable on all the games I play. Yeah, that's the exact model after mine. So Moonbow can play VR, but I can't. Okay, so if I hop into this seat, I press W and S, I have -1 and 1, so I'll be able to multiply that. Thanks, Moonbow. See you later. Or I guess I'd see you tomorrow. Hopefully, anyway. I hope you're doing better. Okay, so I'm gonna use this to... Oh, you know what? I guess it doesn't even have to be that complicated. So we'll stick a counter block. Now we're gonna need a math block for each side. And the counter block is going to be just our, like a multiplication value. So then I guess I need a smart engine for each side, which is the only downside to this build. Like the size of this logic, I mean. Hold on. Hold on. There. There we go. So we're going to take the AD and WS, multiply it by a number, and then that number is going to be added to both sides. Hold on. You actually need one more. So this is going to be each side. And then I think it's going to be the right side that needs to be negative. But only for AD. Alright, I'm trying to, like, wire this in a way that takes up the least amount of logic. So, instead of this, we'll have... There we go. There we go. Okay, we're gonna do... the WSAD all added together first. And then we'll multiply them. And then the multiplication, just to make sure, the smart engine. I need a white number just for speed. So let's no, I actually might need a little bit more logic, because I don't want this to activate when it's... When you press W, I don't want it to activate. Okay, so let's take this out. When you press W, you get a positive value. So then let's do... Let's take the inverse of that. So it'll be positive when you press S. And then we're going to take the absolute value of that. So then only when you press... Like, whether you press W or S, it's going to be a positive value. Is that what I want? I don't know if that's what I want. No. Instead, there's an easier way to do this. Instead, I'll just do... Where's the comparison? Paint you white. And then we just have a 0 block. And paint you black. Okay, so then there we go. It'll only activate when I press S. Okay, so now this is what's gonna go to both sides here. Okay. Now I also need just a white block to set the speed of these smart engines. And we'll set the speed to, oh, I don't know, 40 degrees per second. All right, let's see how that works. does not work. Why don't you work? Oh, it's because the darn thing is, I forgot to add the actual multiplication. So I need another number. Something like, 30. You know what? Maybe we'll just use the same number. Right here. Which is 40. Oh, wait. That's what this counter is for. Let's remove that. Okay. Alright, so one of these bearings is backwards. Okay, so if I press S, they open. If I press left, they're actually... I inverted the wrong side. I have to invert. There we go. So the negative has to be on the left side. There we go. Okay, so when I'm turning left, the left side opens up, adding more resistance. Turn right, right side opens up, adding more resistance. Oh, it's not supposed to go down, though, on the other side. I might have to do the same thing that I did for the WS. Because it's only supposed to open, it's not supposed to close further than it can. Alright. Alright. Okay. So if the left side is greater than 0, and if the right side is greater than 0. Oh wait, I actually didn't attach the 0. Oh my god, I'm so bad at this game. My brain is kind of not working anymore. Hold on. Eat your beef outside of this chat. What is going on in chat, guys? Add max block, max 0. Let's try that. I mean, greater than, it still works, right? Where is max? How far is it? It's like literally the same thing. Oh, but you know what? It's one block less for this stuff anyway. Max 0. Okay, so then I take the AD converter, get the max 0, and then I put that to the right and left side, like this. What? No, no, that's wrong. I still need 2 max blocks. Like, it's no difference if I use max or greater than. Because I need the maximum of the... Because the AD, like, one side's going to be inverted. Whoops. It's the left side that's inverted. This wiring is getting stupid. Okay. There we go. Left. Right. S. I ruined my S. How did I ruin my S? It works for W now. How did I have it before? It was just the less than or greater than. That's what I need. There we go. So the brake, left turn, and right turn. And then braking and right turn. And braking and left turn. Okay. Alright, so then how do I fit all of this logic in an engine? Well, first things first, I need to copy this engine. But I might make this like a block thicker. Or 2 blocks thicker. Or I might stick this logic on the underside of this thing. Because there's definitely some room for that. Yeah, there's totally some room for that. So I can fit all this logic just in the pod itself. Let's do that. Get rid of all this that I don't need anymore. We're gonna... I have all the logic I need already, but I'm gonna need my wedge pieces back to rebuild what I remove. Okay. Okay, so I basically have this entire area to fit logic into. I could also, like, put some here and just, like, cover it with surface panels. That's also a possibility. Let's see how we do. So WSAD. At least 1 0 block. Just put that here. And at least 1 counter block. We're probably going to put a value less than 40. But that also acts as the speed, so it'll probably be a little bit slower too. Do I even need to add them together? Let's just go with it. Okay, we're gonna need a minus block over here to invert the left side. Multiplication. Addition. And 2 max blocks. I think that's it. Okay. This is going to be a little bit confusing. So let's make this the, there we go. Let's just move things like that. Because this one, I want it to be less than 0. You're white. You're actually not white. You're white. And you're white. And you are white. Okay. So let's connect the seat first. WS AD. Now WS we're gonna get less than 0. Right here. 0 must be black. Okay. Let's set that angle and speed thing first. We'll try 30 degrees or 20. I don't want it to be too much, but I might have to make it bigger. I don't know. We'll see. Alright, so we'll put the multiplication values in front, I think, or in back, so it's not too confusing, but we're going to have to multiply the angle that we're setting by 20. These are going to be the max. Max values. AD, we're gonna get the left side to be negative, stick it in the addition, and the less than or greater than is also gonna go to the left side, and the right side, because that's just the S control. AD is gonna go straight to the right side, because we want the positive version of that. And then those are our angles. We're going to multiply by 20. Wait. No, we're not. Because we're going to do... positive max 0 for the right side. Negative max 0 for the left side. And then we add those into the multiplication. Okay, I think that's it. We're all wired up. Let's get some test stuff here just to make sure it's working. Alright. So the multiplications are what's... Oops. Okay, multiplication's what's setting the angles for each side. Why did I try to connect it to the bearing? That doesn't make any sense. Connect it to the bearing right now, so I don't make that same mistake. Okay. And then we also need, yeah, this white counter block to set the speed. Because speed is, by default, 0. Alright. So left turn, right turn, and S activates both of them. Perfect! It's not bad. Okay, so the logic's in place. Now to find a way to hide 2 smart engines in this build. Alright. Hide 2 smart engines. Could do it in the thrusters. Or... I mean, I could easily do it in thrusters. As a matter of fact, I only need 1 per side. Is a pod racer connected, like over here I just connected them on the top willy-nilly. But are the cables connected on the outside or the inside of the pods? You guys know? I don't actually know. But I think I can just stick a smart engine on the side here like this. Now the problem with this is that they're not going to be symmetrical once I duplicate this engine. So I might actually have to rebuild this engine entirely just to get it to look nice on both sides. So remember all those rocket parts that I just put away? Yeah, I'm gonna need those again. That doesn't look too bad. So now instead of the controller controlling these, it's gonna be the smart engine. And that's pretty much it. Pretty much it for the pod racer build. I still gotta figure out what I'm gonna do with the cables. No way I'm gonna use the ropes mod for that. Jeez. But pretty much done here. Cover this all up. Wait. I gotta remember which ones I'm actually connecting. So it's the counter block and the ones immediately under the counter block and then the one on the right side. Okay. I can remember that. Have another engine on the other side just for symmetry. I suppose that's like an easy way to solve that problem. So then I don't have to rebuild the darn thing. Let's do that. It's a smart idea. Thank you, Sam. Did I not paint you? There we go. Well, maybe let's paint you, like gray. No, that doesn't look good for the... Keep you black. Yeah. Okay. Okay, that'll work. Good enough, anyway. I mean, the only part that's not symmetrical anymore is these, like, the mini pipes, which I would have liked them... to be symmetrical, and it probably wouldn't take too long either to make... yeah, no, but I'm getting kind of tired. 2.5 hours, and I still don't have the first prototype. Alright, so let's just cut this off here. And here. We still might need, like, another controller. Well, I guess I have a... I don't know. Get rid of these, though. Alright. Cables. I think... Oh, you know what? The mod pack has... angled mini pipes. Where the heck are those? Here they are. Yeah, it'll be a little unfortunate that it's just going to be so stiff. Or it's going to look very stiff. See, like, the original pod racer, well, you can't see it anymore, but I angled every single one of these bearings to look a little bit more fluid. It was like a few degrees each one. So can I do something like... Is that allowed? I don't know. I don't know how I feel about these. If you guys have any ideas... What's gonna be stiff, Durf? Oh my god, Tommy. But yeah, if you guys have any ideas or suggestions for these cable parts, do let me know. Sort of fiddling around right now. Pretending I know what I'm doing. Why not use the rope mod? Because it's way too springy. They're like elastic bands, they're not like ropes. Duct tape it. Okay, good suggestion. Like, I want to avoid doing, do I even have the mini pipe? The bend piece? Here. I want to avoid doing a bunch of these. Like this. Like this, with a bearing. I could put an invisible bearing, which is fine. But yeah, I want to just avoid doing a bunch of those, which is pretty much what I did on the old pod racer. Right here. Before mini pipes existed. I want to avoid doing a bunch of those, if possible. But you know what? It also doesn't look too bad. And I could fit invisible bearings on each of these segments. But then that also means I need to somehow stack like another 2 controllers in there somewhere. Or there might be enough spare bearings in here. 8 bearings per controller. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, that might work. The problem with these like angled pipes is that the bearing is like it's spinning around this way, and this type of joint is actually what I want, because then the bearing's spinning around this way. Isn't there a controller block? You're totally right, Sam, there is. So it's not a problem for me to add another controller here. Like, I can add 3 controllers right here and people wouldn't notice. No, I think I'm gonna have to go with something like this anyway. Even though I kind of don't want to. Alright, so let's just cut this off. Jeez, why is my FPS like taking a hit every so often? It must be that thing that's flying around. I just hope that my computer doesn't really, or randomly. Here, if you can also use the polygons glow for the mini pipes in there. For the energy binders, yeah. Totally, that's a great idea. Yeah, I'll totally reload. I didn't load in that mod, so I'll have to reload with it. Okay, let's grab that invisible bearing before I forget. There it is. Could also use this one. I mean, I don't really think it matters at this point if I use the... Hold up. Oh, I think I'm onto something here. Invisible. And this. Then another one of these. Okay, that's going to be less noticeable than using these straight pipes. Although I'm going to have to use the straight pipes at some point anyway. Like, the problem is I don't want to make them too wide, too far apart, right? Okay, let's get rid of this for now. We'll start straight first. Okay. I think I can get away with, like... maybe that length of a cable, like that distance between every bearing. So let's just weld a bunch of these on and see how it looks, how wide they're going to be. Oh, we should probably put you on a lift first. We should probably also delete these guys. Like, I knew this was going to be a big project when I started it. Because, like, building with well, this also took quite a bit of time as well. It actually took me 3 different versions, 3 different builds before I actually came to this version. So I guess I'm actually making a profit on time. But building with modded parts too is also a bit of a challenge. Which is why I, like, every time I see... Durf, will you upload this? Of course. Of course I'm gonna... No, this is just for me and it's not for you. Nah, boo-boo. Or are you talking about the stream footage? Like the stream footage, I streamed yesterday too. See, now that's already getting to be a bit wide. I don't know, the cables are also kind of, they look kind of wavy. Whoops. I welded that one wrong. It's getting there. I think that might be... Okay, so depending on if I attach the cables on the outside of the engines or the inside of the engines, I think we're, like, right at the midpoint. Let's attach... Also, I gotta take into account... The engines are going to be thrusting from the front of the pod racer. So if I attach the cables, I need to attach them on the sides so that it's balanced. If I attach them on the top, then the thrusters are going to be underneath the cables, which are going to like sort of naturally pull up the pod racer, which isn't necessarily a bad thing either. Decisions. Okay, but even if I attach the cable on the side... Durf, what if you use the straight pipes, then the small angled ones on the joints? I think it would look like even worse. It's like, you mean like this, right? Straight, and then this one, right? And then straight. That's a little bit more zigzaggy than I'd like. So I'm basically doing that, except I have the second angled one in between the sharper angled ones. I can't put the bearings on the longer one, because it would be going the wrong direction. So it has to be in between these... It has to be in between this sharp angle or the bendy ones for it to work. Like that. And the bendy one looks too... Like there's a kink in the cable. This one at least looks a little bit smoother. Still kind of wavy though. Or is there a way for me to do this with like there might be a different way to do this. Hold on. I might be able to just make like super stiff cables and to just put them on an angled bearing here. But then the problem with that is I wouldn't really be able to attach the engines together. Like this whole build is going to be one big triangle. So I have to be able to weld them together. But I was thinking maybe if I do something like this. No, there's not. That's still too sharp of an angle. But if I just do something like this, and then, and then even just go back up, so the cable sags down a little bit, and then pod racer attaches here, and then I just put a bearing on this so that I can like angle it outwards like this, just a little bit. I'm not sure if that would be better, but then I don't know how I can attach that to form the big triangle. You know? Well, here, this is what I mean. They're attached over here on the sides of the pod, but the sides of the pod are thinner. Like, this is a narrow attachment, and then it attaches here and here to each pod, and then the pods are also attached. Which, I am going to do the energy binder thing. I suppose right around here. Still not sure how I'm going to do that. I mean, obviously with the glowing pipes, but... I think I'm going to have to attach the cables on the outside. Which probably means I have to do this. And then obviously, one on this side for the right side engine. Alright, there's one thing that I want to do. Let's actually get at this. We're going to load back in with the glowing pipes. There's one thing that I want to make sure of. Before I actually weld these pod racer engines in place. We're going to build some energy binders. Now I could just build it out of pipes, but I'm thinking curvy, like two pipes that like curve around each other in some sort of like DNA pattern. That's what I'm thinking of doing. How am I gonna do it? No idea. That's what we're figuring out. I actually built it too tall. There we go. Now I can work with this. So up, then in. This is a little bit too big. Yeah, I clearly have no idea what I'm doing. But I was thinking of having like two things spiral around each other. This is obviously going to be bright pink. And then this is going to like spin around. But, double helix on bearings so they spin. Yeah, I just don't know how to build the double helix thing. Let's try again on this side. Or maybe this side, so we don't run into... Okay, we're gonna try... I have no idea what I'm doing. I like... Where's the other one? Let's build it without it glowing so that I can sort of see what I'm doing. But I was thinking if I started with them like 90-degree offset like this, it would be easier to keep them closer together, because this is like huge. It's too big. I want the beam to be a little bit closer. So we'll do one going down, one going out. And then goes up. Okay, so now they're opposite. On the same distance, they're opposite. They're one block apart. So then this one goes out, out, and then they've separated too much already. So then let's see if we can get that inwards, forward, up, like it's still kind of too tall. And bam, I attached them together like a smart boy. Okay. Let's do... Instead of going up... Man, building energy binders is hard. I don't know. Like, I want to refrain from just using a... What I don't want to do... Let's get rid of this. What I don't want to do is just this. But I might have to. Yeah, that's going to be really unfortunate. Is there any other polygons I can use? Wait, did I actually grab two of the same one? Okay. And then having a pattern like this spin around. I mean, that might work. What about... I don't know, that's too regular. Oh, wait, you know what? That might actually... Hold up. That might work for the, for this. So then with this, when this thing's spinning around, it'll look like a wave that's moving to the left or the right. Let's show you what I mean by sticking a bearing and an engine. Engine. There we go. Well, that's actually kind of fast. It's actually much faster than I thought it was going to be. Shoot, I really want the sound of the gas engine, and I don't want the sound of an electric engine. I suppose... Okay, I do have an extra engine, an extra smart engine. But then that means I need number logic. More logic to spin it. Which is just a white number for speed. And obviously a switch to turn it on. Okay. Oh, wait, what? Shoot. Didn't realize there's, exposed logic. Dang it, YouTube. I was listening to that. Okay. We're coming up at like a 3-hour mark. I want to get this done. I think this is what I'm going to go with. Oh, it even has shadows. It's kind of weird. Yeah, but this is spinning a little bit too fast. So if I use a smart engine, it's not gonna have any sound, and I can control the speed any which way I want. Alright. Let's worry about that later. Let's also get rid of this. Okay. Let's save you. Like, we haven't even gotten to the point of testing the flight capabilities yet. Now, I think... Let's try to position this stuff. I think that's lined up with the outside. It's actually not. This one pretty much is, but this one needs to be a little bit closer. Okay, you are killing FPS. You know what? That's not bad. Okay, we'll weld them on the outside. You know, now that I see that, I think it kind of looks dumb. The exhaust of the engine's gonna go right on the cable. That looks really dumb. There's no way futuristic racing would be that poorly engineered. So we might have to stick them on the inside. Or, like, on the top or bottom. No, it can't be the top or bottom either, because the exhaust is still going to do the same thing. So it's got to be the inside. Okay, so then to prevent it from being too wide, I'm gonna have to change these cables too. Which probably means... Okay, well, let's first detach these. Okay, let's do this and this. We'll add 1, 2, 3 in its place. And weld it back on. Why am I doing this? Because I'm gonna get rid of one of them. One of these segments. That's actually looking really cool now that it's coming together. I still haven't painted the pod itself. How is this on the lift right now? This doesn't make any sense. Okay. Gotta make sure I delete the pipes and not anything else accidentally. Perfect. Okay. Energy binders. Probably right here. And right here. Yeah, see, I have plenty of space on this side. Because the pods are the same ones. I just hope it doesn't interfere, like it doesn't... Oh, no, it's not, because this is going to move down. Okay. Don't have to worry about that. Okay, so wait, how do I want this? I want this to be, there we go, pointing down. Yeah, like that. And then I weld those together. Like that. Okay, so now the triangle is formed. Get this all painted up. And then we hook up this smart engine. Perfect. Now, do I have room for a little bit more number logic? I was thinking about this area. But then I did, I realized this. I didn't realize there's some exposed bits here. And what is this? This is, a math block. Shoot. Oh no, this is just the, this is the levitation stuff. So I might actually have some more room for that. Ah, that's right up against the seat. Well, I could just use some surface panels. Just move it down a block, cover it up with the surface panel, call it a day. Where be ye surface panel? Okay. Just like that. Alright, which technically means then I could also just fit the extra number logic in here for the energy binder, which is a white painted number. Let's give that a value of I don't know what. This would be in like degrees per second, right? So 1 rotation per minute would be 360, or per second, I mean. So then let's do 300. Get rid of you. Slap on another surface panel. And connect that to the engine. There we go. You can make that a little bit faster, I think. Let's just connect that to the seat so we can adjust it while looking at it. I think that's probably the max speed that I want to go with. Yeah, don't stare at it for too long, it'll mess with your eyes. Okay. Now let's bend these cables a little bit with the block controller. I definitely passed by it. Here it is. Oh, you know what? I don't even need these. Because I still have controllers here. More than capable. We're just gonna put some slight bends in these. So for this one, okay, we'll just do in the blue direction. 3 and 4 are gonna be, I don't know, 15 degrees might be too much. Did I not hook up... That's right, I forgot to hook up the actual engines to the thing. So what was it? It was the counter block and the blocks right here. Okay. Counter block to smart engine. Oh, that's a bit of a problem. I should not have hooked that one up first. At least not while it's off the lift. The smart engine here. And then the left and right side, respectively. Okay, now I might have to flip some of these bearings. I noticed one of those things was doing some weird stuff. So yeah, left turn. Definitely doing too much. Right turn. Okay, it's the same one on each side. Eh. By the way, having aerodynamic stuff in the front isn't a good idea. Durf replaced them with polygons, wings, polygons, plates, or whatever. Well, the point of them was to actually... Oops. The point of them was to actually provide resistance. So that, like, that's what controls the turning. Oh, why is it closing? It's not supposed to. There's the brake. The turning is not supposed to be that much either. Wait a second. Why is the right side working but the left side's not? I did something wrong with the logic. Let's also hook up the main thrusters while we're at it. And we'll get to our first test flight pretty soon. Alright, let's see what I did. I don't know what I did. Okay, max. This one goes to the addition. The addition goes... negative. You're not supposed to be connected to there. I think that's the issue. Okay, so left side's open, right side's open, left side doesn't close. Brake, brake and left turn, brake and right turn. How powerful is the thrust? Oh, they go the wrong direction. Wow, okay. I mean, don't tell me that doesn't look like the front of a jet. Why is it the back of a jet? Shoot. Well, that's not good. That's not good at all. Dang it. So much for that first test. Oh my god. And like, I don't want to include another mod just to slap on a thruster in the back. Like an invisible. Load in the mod pack invisible just to slap on a thruster there. That is so phooey. Alright, is there another rocket part that I could put in the back that's actually a thruster? These are motors. Jet thruster. That's the one that I used in the front. I mean, this might work. I don't know. I like the way that the back looks, though. Hide a block thruster on each side. Yeah. I mean, that's probably what I'm going to have to do. Except the thruster flames are going to show up as well. So what I might actually have to do is take this entire engine apart. What is this? The controllers. What about the bottom? Okay. Okay, so I'm thinking about hiding a thruster right in there. So at least the thruster flame, if it does show up, it'll be hidden in the inside. Yeah, there's no way it's going to show up. Okay, as long as I replace that mini pipe with it. And then I won't have to use any invisible mod parts. Boop. And it is unfortunate that I'm going to have to now remove this and do some rewiring and stuff, but you know what? That's okay. Cool, I didn't mess up the controller too much. Okay, so we'll worry about the energy binders later. Yeah. Just do the same on this side. Okay, so let's hook up these thrusters to the engine and get a good feel for a power level before we move any further and like close it all up. Because I can still access the thruster question mark. There it is. We'll try the second line. Oh. That's right, because the thing was... detached. Won't the thrusters have to turn? No, no, no. See, that's the point of having the... Oh, I forgot to flip the bearings. That's the point of having these as wing parts. They provide resistance. Okay, we're pulling up. We're not supposed to. Let's see if the turning actually works. Not in the slightest. Ah, jeez. The brakes. Like, these small wing parts are just not as effective as they could be. Alright. Good build, everybody. Good build. Jeez. But I think the thrusters could be a little bit more powerful. Let's have you come back down on the ground. Oh yeah, that definitely pulls up way too much. Oh, did I actually hit the side of the map already? Shoot. Alright, we're going up. Jeez. Well, this is a bit of a bummer. I mean, maybe we could go a little bit faster, but none of this speed matters if we can't actually steer. So I might have to come up with like some other kind of solution here. Or just add like a bunch more wing pieces on the sides of these engines. Or like a fin on the actual pod. Okay, so that's a pretty decent speed, but we definitely are gonna have to have way more control, like air braking and whatnot. All right, set you to 90, set you to 180. Did I mess that up? Oh, it's the, hold on. It's this wedge. I don't actually need this to be... Okay, hold on. You stay at 60, because I don't need... You can just be at 0. I just need you to... Why isn't it turning down? Oh, you know what? It's the thruster now that's preventing it from doing that. Well, shoot. Oh, I'm a dum-dum. I can also extend the pistons out. I kind of forgot about these things are pistons. Okay, but this is not helping that the thruster... Oh my god, why? Why me? Okay. If I used a... Pico thruster, where is that? That's a mod pack part. This guy. Can I attach something to the side of you? I cannot. Oh wait, can I? I can. Okay then. Put you back on a lift. We're gonna use a Pico thruster. Durf, are you gonna put this on the Steam Workshop when I'm done? Maybe. Put the thrusters on logic gates that when you press A... Oh, okay. That could also work, but then I just need to hide more logic. Or maybe I could use some of this logic. Yeah, because I'm already... Okay, that would work. That would work. Use the thrusters on front for steering. Use logic to... Yes, yes, okay. Put the thrusters on logic. Oh my god, you guys are spamming that. And I just did all the welding and stuff. Alright. You know what? There's an easy way for me to avoid this problem. I'm going to use a surface panel instead of blocks. That way, I don't actually have to remove anything for this thruster to rotate, except for the controller up there and the engine right here. Just rotate. Just rotate, you block thruster, please. That's all I'm asking you to do, is just rotate. Yes, like that. You're a good boy. There we go. Now I can close that up. Put it back on a lift. Close it up with the wedge. Paint, paint. There we go. Okay. Okay, now I need a little bit more logic, actually, for the WS stuff. I need a lot more logic, actually. Because the way that this works is, this logic... I basically just need an addition block. I don't know, I'll come back to that in a bit. This is the thing that I have to close up now. Like, I know what you guys mean, but I'm trying to do it in a, like, how do I fit all the logic on this? That's the issue that I'm having. Oh, I also have to actually fix my controller up here. And then adjust this one. And put this back to normal. And I think, finally, I don't need to, Finally, I'm not going to need to open up these engines anymore. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. They're just not... they're not positioned correctly. And that's because it's a block thruster. Okay, that's what I get for trying to take the shortcut out. Alright, let's do it the hard way. Remove the block thruster. Add in the pico thruster. On the side of that pico thruster, we're gonna attach the piston. Try to take a shortcut. Just doesn't want to work for me. See, now this doesn't matter, and I could just put a block here again. Okay, but this is the hard way because now I have to actually adjust the pico thruster strength. Also, we're going to be able to look right through this engine sometimes. I probably should have adjusted the thruster before putting the piston. I don't know if the pico thruster has the same power as the block thruster. Let's just leave them as default. And we'll see how it goes from there. Man, my FPS is taking lots of hits. I'm not sure if it's that thing flying around or all the junk that I leave lying around. W output times a NOT gate coming from each side of the steering. What? So anytime the air brake is on, the thruster on that side is off. What? So you're using a totally overpowered smart engine to rotate the parts through the what? What? You guys are actually confusing me. I have no idea what you're talking about. It might have something to do with me streaming for 3.5 hours. And I might just be running out of brain juices. Okay. Isn't Anakin's pod racer like blue as well? Do I have to paint some of this stuff different color? Anyway, I have to reconnect this and flip the bearing. Oh, it would probably help if I actually connected the seat, right? Just so that I can see what the power is like. Can I get in you, please? There we go. Did I honestly put that backwards? Oh my god. I can't. I can't. Durf, on the real pod racer, there are air brakes on the side of the engine too, not only the front, so try to add them. Yeah, that wouldn't be too hard. Maybe. Alright, let's delete some of this extra stuff, because I'm on like 20 FPS. And I'm not sure why. We'll find out soon enough. When I delete the mystery item. Or it'll just be... It'll be that thing that's flying around the world. No, it was the old pod racer. Alright, there we go. Back to a smooth 60 FPS. Okay. How is this going backwards? That's what I don't understand. The pico thrusters are placed the same way. Oh, I attached to the wrong thruster like an idiot. Alright. Alright. I don't need to get too stressed out. Why does it always tilt to the left, too? That's kind of weird. It tilts to the left. Why? There's like some weird glitch steering thing happening. It makes it want to tilt to the left. I'm not sure why. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. My pod racer doesn't have to be fast. It just has to work. But I will crank that speed up a little bit. Can I please? Please? Please. Alright, tell you what. There we go. Just crank that up all the way. But yeah, I don't actually know why... There it goes tilting to the left again. That's a pretty good speed for a pod racer, though. So I'm happy with that. Controller, 3060. 3060. I have no idea why it tilts to the left. Okay, so it's the rubbing of the wings against this block or something. Because now it wants to float perfectly straight. Alright, so we're gonna need that block without collision right here. And we're gonna need well, we have an invisible bearing. We'll just use that. We also need that half block, because I just removed that. Okay. So let's first detach. Detach. Block. Block. Bearing. Bearing. More than I should be. Okay. So there is like a bluish pattern on the pod itself. But now I want to figure out what I'm doing with... I have to close this up again. Okay, so let's close up the engines. Let's repower the energy binders. Sure, it doesn't really matter at this point, as long as those pipes are out of the way. Alright. And you. There we go. Get you back to 60 degrees. Durf, when is Fan Creations? Probably next weekend. Last weekend of March. So if you posted anything in the Discord for Fan Creations, I'll just be taking a look at it at the end of March. Okay, and then the logic for that is, it was just the number, right? Which number was it that I... It was this number block. The thing that's not attached to anything. Okay. Alright, so the only thing left then is actual proper steering and air brakes. And, of course, a proper paint job. I don't know, it's some kind of like stripe pattern I don't actually remember. Yeah, I mean, close enough. Jeez. Can you fly with it now? Well, I mean, that's a good question. Can I? Puh. I can fly it into the ground. You know what I need to do? There's my left turn. Oh, and it even leans the pod racer. Hey, you know what? That's not working half bad. Turn right. Turn right. No, it's just for some reason like too much momentum. Okay, just stop. Stop. It's leaning left again. Am I having more issues with those wings? Man, the wing parts are a little glitchy. And then I can't stop turning right. What's with that? There I go, turning left. Okay. But then if I'm turning... I think it's the wing parts of the pod that are kind of interfering. Somebody mentioned that earlier, but... alright. Let's replace the pod stuff with, I guess, like, it'll just have to be blocks, right? It can't not be with blocks. I did complain that they were a little thick. Or too thin, I mean. So now they're going to be a little thick. Durf, there is no stabilization, right? Yeah, no stabilization. How does the turning work? The turning, okay, so will it be camera controlled as you always do? No. The camera controlled, this is not camera controlled. This is just WASD. Camera controlled vehicles and that sort of thing, like, it's just a series of different logical builds using math logic and orient block. It doesn't necessarily have to be camera controlled, but it's just sort of a series that I just started and gotta finish. How it steers is we're moving forward, and these things here are wing parts, right? So if you're just flying straight, the wind goes against this stuff, and it doesn't really, like, when it's lined up with the wind, it's just lined up with the wind. So when you step into it and you turn left or right, the left side opens, which is going to add more resistance to the left side, but there's no resistance on the right side. So the right side of the vehicle, like, it's still moving forward. You're only able to give it forward thrust, but because the left side has resistance to it, that side's going to be slower. So that's how you just turn left, turn right, or brake by opening both at the same time. So W's thrust forward, A, D, and S is for both of them. Durf, please save it first. I have not saved this at all. This entire stream. Jeez. I mean, it doesn't, I don't know. Doesn't really matter if I save it right now anyway. Okay, so let's, I think these wing parts are, like, actually interfering, so let's see what we can do without them. Let's grab the 1x3 curve and see how it goes from there. Ew, I regret my decisions. I regret my decisions still, but a little less. That might have to do. The back V is making the turning tilt. Well, yeah, that's what I figured. I'm currently removing the... I mean, it doesn't have to be what's making it tilt. I don't know, we'll see. The tilting could just be sort of like a natural thing because of the front. Well, bye, I guess. How rude. Yeah, it's not exactly what I would have wanted. But, I mean, it looks alright. We can also... Why'd I get rid of that half block? Can also fill that back in. Ah, my mouse stopped working for a second there. Okay, the only downside to this is that this is an entire piece, which kind of makes it difficult to paint any sort of pattern on it. But I think I can get away with it. Yeah, just by doing something like that. Okay. Okay, so there is still the problem that we're, like, driving it into the ground. Why is it turning? I didn't tell it to turn. Okay. That turning took like a really long time. Slow down. Now we're gonna turn left. I mean, I think the only reason why I'm turning is because those engines are scraping. Scraping the ground. How are you hovering? It's anti-gravity stuff. Is the little thruster ball still flying around? Yeah, it totally is. Alright, well... I mean, it looks nice, but I want it to function nice, too. If I flip these bearings again... Okay, so now we're flying it up. Which, as you can see, works beautifully. Alright. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. We're not gonna touch these bearings at all. We're gonna leave them at 0. And hopefully that'll just let us drive straight instead of up or down. Which kind of makes me wonder why I put bearings on them in the first place. See, now we're not really driving into the ground. Oh, but all of a sudden trying to turn. Oh my god, why? 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 Change the rope angles to make the thrust vector line up with the pod, so it's along the... Yeah. I think I just did that. But turning makes it want to go up all the time, which doesn't really make sense because there's actually more wings like supposed to be angling it downwards. Well, these are 0, 60, and 120, right? Or like okay, so it's 90 degrees off, right? But if I angle it 30 or whatever, it's gonna be at 120, right? I don't know. I tried to make it... What's 360 divided by 3? It's 120, right? So 90 plus 30 is 120. And then that... Because, like, it's 90 degrees offset from the first one. So then plus another 30, that makes it 120. Anyway, point is, it's three equally spaced wing things. Does the direction... Maybe the direction they're in matters. Alright, let's try that. Maybe the direction they're in actually matters. So let's weld them the other way. I don't have my weld tool anymore. Yes, that is the direction I wanted in. Yes. Okay. Okay. So yeah, they're evenly spaced out. Like, I don't understand why turning would make the thing go up. And, like, I'm seriously running out of room for logic. There's, like, other logic that I can do to... you know, measure its orientation if it's tilting up, down, or to the left or right. And then put in some kind of, like, correction system. Be a huge pain in the butt. We are pulling up a little bit, and then it just gets worse. Same thing happens upside down. Yeah, I might have to put in some kind of system to make sure that it's right side up. Because this is... there's clearly something wrong with this. Alright, alright, alright. Let's try turning left. See if the left side rises up. It still does. Like, I don't know what's going on here. How is my no mod pod racer actually better than this? There's no way that an energy binder that looks this good is is the problem. Use mini stabilizer block. I don't want to load in another mod just to build. Kidding me? I already have enough mods on this thing. Which is mod pack, polygons, and thrust mod, and polygons glow. Oh my god. 4 mods is too much. I mean, why don't you talk to Minnie? I've asked him if he wants to join the mod pack team, and I don't know, for some reason he doesn't want to. But maybe when we're getting back to updating the mod pack, we'll eventually add in a stabilizer block. Like, either way, the mod pack is designed to, you know, like, you can play with extra mods all you want, like polygons. It's a choice if you want to play with polygons or not. But the mod pack is more or less supposed to be like an introduction to mods. So it's pretty much gonna have one of everything. And then, you know, people expand on that with their specialized mods. I don't know, I'm thinking about how I can fix this. Durf, you can add an air brake on top of the cockpit. Yeah, how do I do that? I mean, I could still just add more of those, like, small wing parts. Hold up. Let's go back to the wing mod parts. Because one thing that wasn't happening when I had wing parts on the cockpit was that, like, it wasn't, you know, turning around all crazily when I was doing stuff. I know, I just Englished very well right now. English teachers fear me. Okay. Well. Alright, so hopefully this will just, like, I don't know, keep it... It's not exactly going to keep it from flipping over. It still wants to do that. But I think it's a little bit better when it comes to, No, it's... Never mind. No, on the bottom, adding them on the top would make the pitching problem even worse. Well, I mean, it's actually not that... It's not that bad. I think the problem is when I try to turn, the whole thing just... Like, these wings in the front... I could also change the amount that this is opening and closing. But then that'll also change the effectiveness of these parts. Which is kind of something that I don't want to happen. Where's that 1x1? Ah, that kind of looks silly. If I made it 3 wide, yeah, that's way too ridiculous. Just to have it be, like, super effective, that's way too ridiculous. Tapered, asymmetrical, that... Oh, if only it wasn't 3 wide. That looks pretty good. But, like, for each one of them? I don't think so. Let's see how it would look. Yeah, and if that was just going down the whole length of it... I mean, it might work. Notice them. What? Think of a dart flying through the air. Horizontal wing parts on the cockpit will reduce flipping vertical... Yeah. Well, that's what I tried putting on the side here. And it did help a little bit, but there's still like a thrust issue. And there's also a steering issue not being effective. Add brakes on the bottom of the front. That might also work. Add brakes on the bottom of the front. Wait, wouldn't that just make it flip more? So if I just add a bunch of wing parts like this. The bottom of this is just gonna have a ton of drag. Also, our left side is now like severely unbalanced. But we're not flipping up anymore, which is sort of a good thing. And we are like actually turning to the left like crazy because of those extra wing parts. All right, let's replace. Why did we stop and it went up? That made no sense. And we're going up. Great. You know, I'm pretty close to done. We've been at this for 4 hours and 8 minutes. This is too much. The wings should be on the front, because when you go up, the front should be kept down by air resistance. Maybe have some tiny thrusters on the engines that activate when you turn to counterbalance the force going upwards. I don't want thruster flames coming out of the sides of this stuff. On the sides of the pod, add folding wing parts, brakes to pull the rod. What are you saying? To slow the entire thing, that's why pulling things is easier than pushing things. What are you actually saying? I mean, the thrusters are in the front, right? Let's try these, how many do I have to put? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, I could just see what looks good. Like, these should be just as effective as the other wing parts. But if I do it this way, there's actually triple the wing parts. That looks weird. Weird visual thing happening with these parts. Durf, the wings will only work if the engines are perfectly horizontal. If they tilt up, the top wing will catch more air. Well, yeah, but so will the bottom ones too. Like, they're perfectly spaced around a circle. Oh, wait, yeah, everything's gonna make it tilt up more. I don't know. Right now, all I'm doing is making the turning and brakes more effective. That's essentially all I'm doing right now. Also, I forgot this mini pipe. Can you believe I'm still using normal bearings for this when I had the invisible bearing? Jeez. I just think it would help to have a crapload of wing parts aligned with the way you want to go on the cockpit. The sideways ones are just making you drift worse. Like I don't know. I'm not entirely sure how to fix the problems with this. I can put some wing parts like on bearings and just have that on steering. So, but then that's just helping with the steering. It's not helping with the, you know, the other issues that I'm having. So I'm not exactly sure what you guys are saying, like, for, you know, to add wings to... Like, I get add wings to stabilize it, but... Adding wings to stabilize. Get rid of those bottom ones. Although if I had those bottom ones on bearings and just hooked that up directly to the seat for steering, technically that would help me steer a lot better. But that would also basically have undone what I just did here in the front. See, now they look a little bit too thick. Thick with like 4 or 5 C's. And that puts me into the ground. See, how am I not turning right now? This doesn't actually make sense. This doesn't make sense. I'm trying to turn right. The right side should have more resistance. This not... Come on. How can't I... Oh, I'm right up against the wall, that's why. Alright. Here's the thing. So remember how I just replaced the front? I might, that might have been for nothing. We're gonna do this. We're gonna hook all these up to the steering. Oh my god, this is already terrible. Especially since it's right on top of my logic. All I wanted was a pod racer. That's all I really wanted. Okay. Okay. Aside from them clipping into each other. Okay, well, aside from me hitting the world border. Alright, left turn, let's go. Very good. Right turn, let's go. Hey, would you look at that? Oh my god, that's gonna happen every time I turn. Why do the wing parts even do that? That's so stupid. That's actually really annoying how the wing parts do that. I'm gonna have to actually take a look at the script. See why they do that. Maybe I can get away with using less. I'm still like... Okay, let's redo the front the way that we had it before. As a matter of fact, we're going to use nothing but this wing part. Oh, FPS. Four brakes in the front, not 3. What are you talking about? The pod racer has 3. You guys haven't watched your Star Wars. You think it's 4. Okay. I think you might want to try mod pack wings for the bottom steering. Yeah. Yeah, mod pack, of course. Just replacing all of them. Might even get rid of this stuff in the back here. Because, like, I don't see how this was helping with stabilization. Definitely not this stuff. But if it was this stuff, I can just add a bunch of these on the sides. Okay, get rid of these. Now, if I can get away with, we're gonna add just in the center. If I can get away with just these, then I can add wedge pieces to cover up my mistakes. Do I have? I do have a wedge. Okay. Yeah, just and I'm gonna have to, you know, risk removing these bearings by accidentally deleting my logic. Okay. So we're all good. We're all changed up anyway. Now let's see if it works. Left turn, that would work. Right turn. We're already... I think me trying to turn while I was bouncing. Okay. For some reason, the energy binders are making my engines bounce. It definitely shouldn't, because that thing is most definitely balanced. It shouldn't not be balanced. Okay. Turn left. And we're going up again. Alright. I mean, turning left was pretty effective, but I'm gonna have to just add a bunch of this stuff for stabilization. Which is really annoying. Like, see, that's why I made these bulges on the side out of wings, but then that didn't work? I have no idea what's going on. Okay, turn right. Let's go. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow. Wow. Well, I don't know. I don't know. I watch Star Wars every day. It has 4. Okay, you haven't seen Phantom Menace, obviously. You can Google Pod Racer and, like, it'll show you 3. I'm kinda at a loss right now. I'm not sure what to do to fix this. Clearly none of these wings are working. I mean, they are, they're just doing all the wrong things. It's a design issue, not a malfunction of parts. So good, much success. Yep, thanks. Just like my YouTube channel. It's just so good, much success. The number of subs that I get every day is proof. How many of you in chat right now? I see there's 60 people watching. How many of you are actually subbed? I'm probably not even gonna see like 10 yeses. Yes, I am in chats. This might be a bust, Durf. Oh, that was my chance to catch it. This might be a bust, Durf, which sucks. I know, right? It's not the parts, it's the user. Yeah, it definitely is. I just googled Pod Racer and I saw one was 6. I know, maybe if I had built Sebulba's Pod Racer, this wouldn't be an issue. You can't possibly correct for all the imperfections. You need stabilization that reacts to up and down, not direction. Me, yup. Me, I am. Subbed, yes I am. Me, yes, I'm subbed. Alright, let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. I'm subbed on both my accounts. Oh, aren't you, what do you want, a cookie? You want a cookie? There's your cookie. Yeah, I know you are, Kerr. Mr. Amazing's not subbed. Sebulba next week. Oh, no. Oh, no. Why cookie, Durf? Just wait for the stream delay. You'll see why there's a cookie. Okay. Well, I don't know what to do with this, but I might just have to call here, because like 4.5 hours, I'm not even sure if I'm going to publish this content, because if I publish a stream VOD, the stream footage, who's going to sit there and watch 4.5 hours of something that isn't live? I mean, I guess they would, but they'd probably just skip ahead. But like YouTube is going to have a fit trying to process this video footage. The energy binder is the problem. Let's see if it is. What did I just do? Why is this? I connected a piston to it. Whoops. There we go. We'll stop the energy binder. Because it is true that might be acting like a bit of a reaction wheel. And hitting the ground. Hitting the ground just like ruins everything. But before I hit the ground, that wasn't too bad. And then I hit the ground and it all goes to poop. And the air brakes also bring us down, which is a kind of a problem. No, I don't even want to. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't want to do this. There's got to be a way to make this work like a pod racer and look like a pod racer. Just increase the hover height, at least for testing purposes. Okay. I just subbed for a face reveal. Well, yeah. Okay, so I know I haven't, like... Most other YouTubers have done a face reveal by the time they've gotten this many subs, or, like, far less, for that matter. Yeah, we're gonna get rid of these bearings. But I don't think I'm gonna be doing a face reveal. If I do one, it's probably gonna be at... like a sub count that's, you know, actually paying the bills. Like 100k. Durf, give up, it's been 4 hours. Wow, thanks for the encouragement. My god. What am I doing for the height? The height's back here. Alright, so let's just, what did I even set the height to? It was like 10? Well. Alright, so what could I do? Like, it would be nice if I could put in an anti-gravity module in both the pod and in each engine, and then have them individually adjust their gravity. That would definitely work. Like, I could definitely do that. It's super easy, but since this is one creation, the anti-gravity thing doesn't exactly work like that. So I just need to figure out how to make this not tip. Let's see. Okay, somebody said use mini stabilization mod. Let's go out, try to load that in. What's the mod called? It's just Mini's mod pack, right? Does this mod have it? Do I even have the mod? Oh my god. Mini's mod. Alright, load. Ropes mod. Oh no. Oh no. Like, then how would I put the blueprint on the workshop then? With instructions, spawn... No, because then the flaps in the front wouldn't be able to be controlled either. Unless they would with remote logic. Oh my god, it's complicated. Motion mod. Are you telling me he has more than one mod? Stabilizer. Stabilizes a vehicle, multiple modes. B plus star. What does this mean? Axis of stabilization. B star. What is B star SU? What does that mean? Activator. Activates a vehicle. What? Okay. Okay, creates a local or global unit vector based on the mode. Creates a vector with 3 valid scalar inputs. Okay, so I need the stabilizer. Axis of stabilization. Does that mean it's... Oh my god. Oh, come on, yeah. I don't know how to use this. It doesn't help that these are terribly written instructions. What was that block that I was looking at to create a vector? Create a vector. Based on the mode... yeah, create a local or global... vector based on the mode. Okay. So I understand a block with different modes. Do I need the console to see messages? Okay. Right face vector. Oh my god. Okay. Top, right, bottom, left, front. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, so then how does the stabilizer itself work? Do I actually need... I don't understand, like, these inputs. B plus star activate. S for strength, V... axis of stabilization. That's the only part that I get so far. You do this stabilizer thing. Connect that to that, and now it's going to be stable in the front face vector. And clearly it doesn't work because I didn't activate it. How in the balls do I activate this? Can I just activate it with a switch? No, I cannot. Durf, I believe you just need the stabilizer block and set the settings via chat. Via chat? But then how does it work on a blueprint? That doesn't make any sense. Like, if I have 2 stabilizer blocks down, and I chat commands, and that does not make sense. Put a stabilizer block on it and use the console. Well, yeah, I've gotten that much. Here's a stabilizer block. Now I use the console. Console for what? Like, that. What do I type in there? It doesn't actually... Do I type the stupid letters it told me to... Look, nothing against Mini or anything. These blocks seem really useful, but... Oh my god, man. You gotta be kidding me. Okay. So I get that you can put down this vector block. Fail to load animation. Why? Anyway, I get that you can put down this block. Let's have the vector is gonna be positive Z, like that. Connected to the stabilizer block. But now I also need to activate it. And I also need to set the strength. I don't know how to do either of those. And the console doesn't tell me anything. The same way you change the vector block. Strong vehicle stabilization for unstable creations with stiff joints. Okay. I don't think it's working. Do I need a switch on it? Just stick a switch there for now. Looks promising, actually. I'm unable to turn right. And I think I hit a wall. But I haven't flipped over that time, so... Looks promising. I don't like that I have to use the console. Oh, I also didn't... Hold on a sec. Okay. So yeah, I think that's it. What other modes does this have? Normal, strong vehicle through part stabilization for unstable creations with fast-moving parts. Let's try that one. Those, oh my god, those turning wings are causing some issues. That's gonna be like the most annoying part of flying this pod racer. But I think that's actually working. What other modes do you have? Normal, strong part stabilization for stabilizing of single unstable moving part. Okay, unstable creations. with stiff joints. Now, I think the fast-moving parts was what we wanted. Let's try this one, though, just to see. Yeah. Yeah, we want to stabilize the whole creation. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Yes, it does. Okay, I think that's the one that we want. Let's connect the thing back to the thing. I am definitely low on brain juice. Okay, so energy binder is still working, or working again. I think we're also gonna like do something with these wings on the bottom here. I'm not sure what yet. I could just... Do I have... Yeah, I still have all these, Okay. Let's just move everything over one. Like so. And then I instantly have more room for a few more logic blocks. And whether or not this works, like, I'm just gonna call it. Oh my god, almost a 5-hour stream. Ridiculous. Who has even been here for, like, the full 5 hours? Like, you realize I haven't eaten? I have not eaten. Oh my god. Okay. For unstable creations, yep, that's in the correct mode. And the vector that we want to set is positive Z. And I'm pretty sure we need a switch as well for that. But that's okay, because we can just use the same switch. Holy moly. Apparently having two of them is a bad idea. What are you? You just a block? You're just a block. Can leave you open. Okay. Let's close this all up. Did I actually connect to you? I did not. Okay. Right, not sure what I'm gonna do with the bottom here. There's no way for me to, like, actually cover that up. I'm watching in bed now, but I'm watching till the end. Wow, you are a dedicated fan, little kitty crafter. Thank you for your dedication. But it's honestly, like, I'm making bad life decisions if I'm spending this long on a pod racer that doesn't even work. Okay. I don't think... Well, we'll leave that there for now because that adjusts our height. Let's also connect the switch to the engine here. So nothing's gonna turn on until we... Did I place the darn block upside down? Oh, that was close. Okay, we'll do... Okay. That's the block. That's the vector that we want. Alright. Yeah, the turning is really not working. Thrust, hover, and stabilization, though. That's all right. But the turning could be better. Although I might have to, I don't know, revisit this idea in another stream. Although I'm thinking about playing Satisfactory tomorrow on YouTube. YouTube stream tomorrow. What do you think? I'm definitely going to be playing it on Twitch, but I'm just wondering if you guys would be interested in me playing Satisfactory on a stream. Because I could get a lot done in a stream. But I don't have as, like, you know, spending the time on a video. I'd have to skip over a lot of content. And then just record, like, the sort of important bits, I guess. But a stream, you guys would see everything, the whole process. Put thrusters in the back to help turn. That's not a bad idea. As a matter of fact, well, I don't want the thruster flame to be visible. That's my biggest gripe. And then also I can't actually turn the thruster. Because I don't have a ball thruster. Okay, if I replace this one with a block thruster. Here's my polygon parts. Where's the block? There it is. Okay, then the only thing that's in the way are these. Durf, please catch the thruster ball using point gravity before you stop. Are you kidding me? Do you know what you're asking me to do? Alright. So I can't have this be too powerful, but this is going to add to the thrust speed, which is a problem because this is only going to help turn if I'm thrusting forward. And now you can see the thruster flame, which is exactly what I didn't want. But it does help with turning quite a bit. Quite a lot, actually. So much that I probably don't need these wings anymore. Except that thruster flame is a problem. Okay, well, aside from the wing parts sort of glitching out there, whenever it glitches out like that, it just ruins my turning. I don't get why the wing parts do that. I'm really gonna have to take a look at this, the wing script to... What did I just do? Oh, Oh yeah, these things are thrusters. I forgot about that. They're thrusters pointing the wrong way. Alright. The flame ruins the whole build. I know, right? Why do wings glitch out like that? Well, that's, the creator of the wings mod was the one that wrote the script, and he was like, you know, he's publicly stated that he doesn't mind if people use, or at least he told the mod pack team that he doesn't mind if we use the wings script. And we did make some modifications to it just because the mod pack wing parts are a little bit different. They have, where is it? These ones. The large wing has a flap on it. So it's just like there's actually two wing parts. One of them is like 2/3 the size and the other one's 1/3 the size. So you just calculate the angle between the big part and the small part. And that's how you get the overall forces that the wing gives based on the angle of the flap. And this small one is the same sort of thing, except it's like 100% of the surface area. But this, like, you don't need bearings to actually tilt this. Alright, well I got less than 10 minutes left. Because I really gotta go get something to eat. But I'll show you what I mean. We're gonna add a number value to these small wings. And see, it turned without a bearing. You can connect them together to have them turn without the use of a bearing. So that the script also takes in the angle into account. The number value that you put in. So that's the little modification that we made. But everything else is like the original Wings mod script. So both mods have that glitching out problem. And it has to do with so like I think it has to do with if the wings are trying to do too much. Most of the wing script is edited. Only the mathematical formula to calculate lift is copied. Yeah, that's the problem though. Because I think when it's trying to do too much lift, it also has this like canceling out part of the script. Anyway, I just bought Scrap Mechanic because of this vid. Wow, that's amazing, Aaron. That's actually really cool to hear, except too bad there isn't like some sort of creator code. Like if for example you're gonna buy, if I stream Satisfactory tomorrow and people end up buying Satisfactory, they can use creator code Durf in the Epic Games store, and that actually helps me out. But too bad Steam doesn't have anything like that. But anyway, I'm glad that you actually have an interest in Scrap Mechanic. Scrap Mechanic's a fun game, and it's still in development. And there's a butt ton of mods. Turn off the console. I know, right? Using the console is... Are you kidding me? It has to be lowercase console. This game is frustrating sometimes. Alright, well... I'm not sure what I'm gonna do about the turning. It's the only thing that's left. Hold on. Does this mod have a rotator? Rotates a vehicle. Axis of rotation. I still don't know how to set strength, but this might be what I'm looking for. So if we set the rotator down and connect to the same axis of rotation, and hold on, force 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, negative. Oh no. Oh no. Am I gonna have to... Okay, I'm probably gonna have to put 2 of these blocks down. 1 positive, 1 negative. That's really annoying. Let's try force 10. And for the activator, let's try to use... well, let's get rid of these bearings, first of all. Okay, let's try to use this thing here. The AD converter. Right inside the rotator block. Okay, let's see how that works. And it does not. So I need to actually activate it. Okay, so it does work. But the force is tiny. Super, super tiny. And now I can't change it for some reason. It's just not letting me change it. Is it because it takes a number input? It might take a number input. For force. Which is good and bad. Okay, we're gonna multiply. We have some extra room here, so we're just gonna stick yet another counter block. Doesn't really matter. Or we can just multiply by our height, which is like 20 blocks. That might be a lot of force, though. Okay, let's try that. Okay. That's actually pretty good for the turning, except I want the reverse of that. Where is... You are the reverse. Perfect. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, I got it. Remember when I said I had like 10 minutes? Okay, connect that to the multiplication. And let's close this up and call it a stream. I think this actually turned out to be a better solution in the end. Because it works. Quote unquote works. Trademarked. Yeah, I don't know. We're just, we'll just do that. Okay. Take this off the lift. Let's get it a proper test flight. Left and right are working nicely. There's some weird... What? Those aren't even showing up in the right spot. Are those showing up... Oh, they're showing up in the bearings. Okay. Okay. You know what we're doing? Shoot, I don't have those pipes anymore. We're getting rid of those bearings, since I'm not even using them anyway. And then that should be final. Where are those bearings? Right there. Okay. So this is just going to be a solid cable. Really? Durf, don't forget to save. Yeah, I'm gonna save right after this. Really? How do I not attach it correctly every time? Oh, that flying ball it's like it's gonna come just to destroy my build. Okay, attach. Now my build is fully attached, so I can detach these without it falling apart. Let's weld that. Okay, give it a paint job. Okay. Now let's give it a proper test flight. Off the lift, of course. Oh my. Alright, that was a little bit of a shaky. What in the actual? What? Why? Oh, you know what? I ruined so much of my logic because I disconnected it. Alright. Reconnecting. Reconnecting. And we gotta do this one to both this engine and this engine. And we also have to do this side right here. And this side. I hope it's this one. It is not. Which one is it? Oh wait, it's definitely not this one. It's the one right in front of it. Okay. That still doesn't explain why, like, I might have to change the force. The force of that rotating. Oh my god, I thought we were actually done. Yeah, look at that. That's crazy. Wow. Very... Wow. Much stable. Oh my god. Alright, alright. Looks like we're finally good. Finally... No, 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 it's getting worse again. Alright, that was me trying to turn. Okay. So, for some reason... that broke everything. Absolutely everything. I think... Where are those blocks? They're underneath this math block, so I can't exactly change it without ruining the math block. Math block is what handles the rotation. Let's not use the math block. And let's instead use just the -1 and +1 value for the rotator. It was slow last time, but now we're actually too powerful. Now this, we gotta change the mode. Strong part stabilization, normal vehicle. For relatively stable creations with stiff joints. Alright, let's try that one. I mean, it's got stiff joints, so I'm pretty sure I chose the correct setting. The turning is better, so I don't need the multiplication block, which is nice. But the stabilization... Is there a way that I can do weak stabilization, please? Strong vehicle stabilization for unstable creations with stiff joints. Maybe the strong is what I need. Almost. But no. Normal vehicle through part stabilization for relatively stabilization creation with fast moving parts. Alright, let's try that. Yeah, there's nothing that's actually stabilizing this. Not a single one of these modes. Durf, just give up, it's never gonna work. Wow, you're very positive. I mean, I guess we'll just try each one of these modes one by one. Nope. You'd think, like, he has normal and strong. You'd think he'd have a weak mode too, but there's one thing that I don't really like about Minis mods is that he doesn't give you any options. Or, like, can I... Hold on. Maybe he did give me an option. Where's the stabilizer thing? Stabilizer. S for strength. How do I define strength? Is it just a number input? Like, I don't know what S is. S desired speed. I understood how to input a vector, but there's nothing else here that... Like, what is S? I can only assume that it's a number input, so maybe I can... Normal part stabilization. For stabilization of a single, relatively stable moving part. Let's try the normal part stabilization. I think that's the first one I tried, though. Yeah, it's not working. Also, why are my things open? They're not supposed to be open. And they close when I leave the seat. I hooked up something wrong. Alright, open this up again. Okay. This is the multiplication, yes. And the number... Wait, what did I connect to it? I shouldn't have connected... Oh wait, no, I do connect that. That's correct. These are the correct connections, so then I must have connected my seat to something wrong here. I don't know. I don't know why. Unless I glitched out my seat by getting into it, or like getting out of it while holding S. Yeah, that was it. Okay. Okay, so then let's see if I can actually give a number input to this stabilization stuff. What happens if I do a counter block with a value of 0? And this is the stabilizer. We'll do normal vehicle stabilization. Okay. We'll input the number value. And it's a value of 0 right now. And that's 0 stabilization. This is looking pretty promising. So I can customize the strength of the stabilization, which is nice. Okay, value of 10. What does 10 do? 10 seems like a bit much. So let's paint you brown. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So now we went down by 5. Still seems like too much. Okay, we'll just we'll reset you. Reset the number, and then we're going up by 0.1. Okay, so we'll do 0.5. Now that seems to be what I want. Oh my god, the turning is still kind of strong. Let's do follow cam for a bit. There we go. Oh my god, follow cam's actually kind of hard to deal with. Alright, so I think I actually have some control over this now. The only thing left is those bearings for the energy binder, which is unfortunately... Let's get rid of follow cam. I think that's... It makes me dizzy. S stands for number logic. That's... I mean, that's so... really didn't make it clear. What kind of brains does he expect me to have? Okay, wait, what am I doing? The turning. Can I also... Let's just do another multiplication block thing. The same thing that I did before. Except instead, we're gonna get... There we go. This is the one. We're just disconnect that from the turning. Put it into the multiplication block. Multiply by 0.5. Then put that into the turning. So we're gonna have half the turning power. Because the turning was a bit too much. That's alright. It's still a bit too much. It's still very responsive. But, you know, you probably want that for a pod racer. Alright. Now that's still a little bit unfortunate with these. It's like these bearings are constantly being stretched and banging into the engines. So there is a way for me to fix that. Except it wouldn't glow. That's the only problem. Like, I could use a bunch of these wing parts. Just like this. And have them rotate. And if I connect them like this, they'll be like one tick apart. So if I just feed in a number value that just counts up all the time. I'll show you what I mean. We're gonna do a counter block and a... Oh, I already have a switch. A switch. And we're gonna paint that switch some really high number. Okay, maybe a not so high number. Yeah, so it would work if you know, if these pieces were glowing, it would pretty much work. And I do have a little bit of space for it as well. Something like that. Could I do one of these and like 2 of these? Nah. Yeah, but anyway, they don't glow, so I'm not going to be adding them. Alright, I think I'm just gonna cut my losses at those glitchy bearings. And call it a build. I think we're done here. He's been streaming for 5 hours. 5 hours and 20 minutes. YouTube's gonna be mad at me. Because they have to process... 5 hours of footage. You guys are troopers for being here for the whole 5 hours. Or even like a majority of that. That's absolute bonkers. That's so, like, what did I even just say? Absolute bonkers? Is that a word? I mean, bonkers isn't a word. Or is it? I don't know. Check a dictionary. But I'm clearly not making sense anymore. Yeah. Minnie, if you're watching this, your mods need more instructions. Or, like, clearer instructions. Heck, I'll write the instructions for your mod. Jeez. But I think we eventually got something working. It's not quite what I wanted. As a matter of fact, hold up. Hold up. We might do something. We might do a little something right now. I know I said that we were done, but hear me out. Hear me out. What are we doing? It's a good question. What am I doing? Is this the no, that's, well, yeah, that's the vector. That's what we want. And it is currently in positive Z or negative Z. It was in negative Z mode. Okay, we'll have to keep that in mind. All right. How much space do I have? What's under here? A negative block. And what's above it? The seat. Okay. I don't have a whole lot of space for what I want to do. Let's just extend this back out even farther. All the way out to here. Alright, what we're gonna do is, what is this connected to? Just the very left over here. Okay. That'll work. So what we're gonna do then is we're gonna put a bearing down. I hope this is gonna work. Shoot, I hope this is gonna work. What's the altitude connection to? Because I can move that as well. Guys, remember when I said that we were done? I remember. See, the secret to losing weight is streaming for 5 hours so that you never eat. Okay, we connect that to the minus. Okay, so now we have the room to actually put the block that I don't have. Negative Z. And we're gonna hook that up straight to the steering, hook this up to the rotator. Okay, so now this thing will tilt when I steer. Or not. Or not. Alright, what mode or what face is pointing down right now? Left? Left face vector. Oh my. Well, you know, it was a good idea. It was an idea, but like if I just hold left, this doesn't make sense. The thing is not, like, it's not continually rotating. The vector block isn't anyway. That doesn't even make sense at all. What? Like, it was rotating the wrong way for what I was doing with it. Oh, you know what it is? This is just a stabilizer block. So all I'm doing is stabilizing it on a different vector. That was a problem. I thought, for some reason, I thought that it was actually going to rotate it. Which, this is the rotator block. If I recall correctly. Alright, the rotator block. The axis of rotation. That's what I wanted to, Don't connect that one. We're gonna use another one. For the stabilizer. Okay. I think I've got it. Okay, well, for some reason the rotator isn't really working. Yeah, it's not really working like I thought it would. I am tilting the new vector thing. I'm tilting this thing. And that is going into the rotator. If I disconnect this one for a sec. Yeah, that's the only thing that's going into the rotator, except for the switch. And the number. Bottom face vector, front... No, like this is the left face, right? Left face vector. I'm pretty sure I connected it right. So why isn't it rotating? I don't know. I don't know. The rotator is probably not strong enough to overpower the stabilizer. You may be right about that. In fact, you're probably right about that. Alright, well... Alright, fine. Fine, I give up. I give up. Let's just actually be done with this. I spent way too much time streaming today. Okay. Let's make sure that it's actually working before we save and upload. Yeah, aside from that, seems to be alright. The air brakes are kind of working. But what's this deal with the dwarf animation? He's accelerating like he's moving in the seat the wrong way. That doesn't even make sense, Scrap Mechanic. Why is this happening? Like he's moving, that doesn't make any sense. You'd think he'd move back, right? No, he moves forward. What? What is this game? Hey, look at that. First person's not bad. Yeah, if only I could actually get it to lean. That'd be pretty cool. But for a 5.5 hour stream, I think we did not accomplish nearly enough. Whatever. Let's get a good action shot, I guess. I don't know. I also gotta remember what mods I used. Minis mod, mod pack, polygons, sci-fi. Oh my god, so many mods. The Rust mod. Glow mod. pod racer mods. I don't know. Yeah, it's probably worth putting just because I'm using so many mods. No description. Okay. Durf, catch the thruster, switch on the number logic 50 into point gravity. Oh, no. No, I'm hungry. I need to go eat. I'm subscribing to this, though, so if you have any comments, you can let me know how much time I wasted on this. Visibility. Let's do the required items first. I might, you know, I might not even get them all. T for the mod pack. If I forget any, let me know in the comments of this thing on the workshop so I can actually remember to put them all. Where is it? Mod pack. It's the mod pack sci-fi, I think, right? Did I miss it? Or is it just the sci-fi mod? What did he name his mod? MJM what? Sci-fi mod? I actually don't know. Oh, sci-fi mod. Okay. Weird. It shows up in my favorites, but not subscribed items. That's kind of weird. Or maybe I just missed it. We got mod pack polygons. Yeah, I was totally looking in the wrong spot. Polygons glow. The thrust mod. Minis mod. Oh my god. So many mods. I don't like to build with so many mods. What was it called? Is it not called mini mod? Minis mod? Oh my god, is it actually not called Minis mod? Okay, I'm gonna go over to my Steam window just to search the workshop. This is ridiculous. How do I not know? How come I can't find Minis mod? I actually can't find Minis mod even by searching it on the workshop. What is it called? Motion mod? Is that what it's called? Motion mod. Okay. You're right. Motion mod. Did I use any other parts? That's the question. I don't have my... I didn't select parts. I guess, really trying to think. I don't think I used any mod pack beta parts. I removed all the wings mod parts. I think that's it. We're gonna take another quick look, though, in-game. Let's also make this public. It's 1:40 a.m. over here, and I'm watching nearly the whole stream. Good night. See you later, Natter. Thank you so much. The stream's pretty much over anyway. So thank you for chilling out. Which, by the way, if you guys haven't subscribed or hit that like button, please make this 5.5 hour stream worth it. Oh my god. I even took so long uploading this thing that I'm almost going on 6 hours. That's polygons, that's mod pack, sci-fi mod, thrust mod. Yeah, okay, I think that's it. I think we got all the mods. Holy moly. Well, at least it looks cool. If it doesn't function the way that I want it to. I mean, I got most of the functionality the way that I wanted it to. So yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed, and man, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. Bye everyone.